Welcome, regular session mayor and city council meeting, 6 p.m. Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. City Hall Council Chambers. Would you please call this meeting to order? Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I'm going to lead it myself. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I might lead it. No call to a public, thank you. Okay, on recognitions, just to notify everybody on recognitions A, as per Mr. Jimenez, we'll table that for the January meeting. We move to B, recognition of Parks and Rec Creation employees, Frank Lopez, Jesus Rodriguez, Manuel Nogales, and Jesus Navarro for explanatory services on Veterans Day, providing exceptional assistance to veterans and contributing greatly to the parade, honor wall ceremony, and VFW luncheon. Go ahead, Ms. Parra.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to recognize Jesus Rodriguez. Where are you? Manuel Rosagaray and Jesus Navarro. First of all, I want to thank you for everything you did to support our veterans event. Even while working overtime, you each went above and beyond the call of duty in assisting with the many tasks that needed to be handled throughout the parade and the event. You really did. I, as a veteran myself, feel compelled to recognize your extraordinary and selfless efforts. Your dedication, hard work, and commitment made a significant difference, and we sincerely appreciate your outstanding service. Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it. Muchas gracias. I appreciate it. And Jesus, Chuy. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I appreciate it. No.
Thank you, Ms. Parra.
You're welcome. Thank you, guys.
Next, we move to item number 5, swearing in of House Director Daniel Trevino and Public Works Director Noel Garcia. Mr. Kramer.
Thank you, Mayor. Gentlemen, if you would please come up. Last time I did it over there, didn't I? Well, council members, you did approve these two directors, but it is always our tradition to swear in our new directors into the city of Nogales. So, gentlemen, with that said, I did give you the cheat sheet, so you can follow along and read after me. I, and say your name, I,
Daniel Trevino,
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and the laws of the state of Arizona,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Arizona,
that I will bear truth, faith, and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
and defend them against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
and I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge the duties
of Director of the City of Nogales
of Director of the City of Nogales
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Trevino and Mr. Garcia. Thank you. Before I continue, I want to thank Ms. Hamilton to be present here in our meeting. Thank you. Next is item B, fifth annual salute to Nogales Buffalo Soldiers. I think we got beautiful Miss Donna Houston on. You're muted. Take your mute out. There we go. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. And the only one I could tell you, but from now, the mayor of Nogales, Sonora, will not be present. We'll see if we can get his secretary to be present for him. Onward. Appreciate it, and just keep us informed on anything we need to do for those days. Not sure if you touched bases with Miss Jessica Kuhn at Parks and Recs. Make sure that we got everything online.
Actually, she's been reaching out to me, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Thank you, and happy holidays. Next, item C, presentation by Innova regarding the status and progress of Phase 2 of the Camino del Sol Sewer, Water, and Street Improvement Project for the city of Nogales.
Yes. Once again, council, I did extend the invitation and I got a reply back this time. So I will read the email that I got back. Unfortunately, Innova does not have any qualified employees available to come to the date and time of your council meeting. Attached is one document. It's our monthly updated submitted with, of course, the pay application. Please feel free to share this and any other updated documents we have previously provided. And as I stated before in my last 4 meetings, that they are part of the contract and therefore they should be showing up. So with that said, the project completion date was November 19th, 2025. Today is December 3rd. So once we get completed with this project, which is 90% both ends, we're looking at another possibly week to a week and a half before it's completed. So the completed project, I will expect to be in January, another presentation. If I'm giving you that presentation, that's something that I hope is not going to happen. With that said, they're already past few on what did we figure? Probably 14, 12 days. So we'll see on what happens on that. And then from there, we'll take it to council. Because again, in the past. The council was not involved in contracts like this when they went past due, but this year we are going to do that. So that will be with legal, myself, and council, and we'll discuss what we do with when people do business with the city of Nogales. We expect the due date is the due date, and there's contracts to be followed. And in the contract, it is called liquidated damages, $1,000 a day. So I'm just bringing that up. That will be up to council to decide, but that will be further down the road. However, we are at 90%. Thank you for the team that's doing it. Of course, the Public Works Departments, Mr. Noe Garcia, Juan has helped out on this, and certainly all the rest of the individuals that are ensuring that we had no change of work orders. With that said, Unisource did do a change of work order and charged us nothing in the agreement that they have with the city. So we've been keeping it on tabs, very little change of work orders. Whatever work order was changed, the city of Nogales employees stepped up to the plate and did it, and they did work overtime as well. So we did cover the cost for that. So I want to give you an update on what our employees are doing and how we handle business in the city of Nogales. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any comments? Thank you. Next, we go to item D, Unidos US, Nogales Home Initiative Pilot Program. Mr. Enrique Davis. Prendelo ahí.
You could just say, next slide, sir, and we'll take care of it.
First of all,
Prende-
thank you. Is it on?
No, there you go.
There it
Thank
is.
you.
First of all, thank you for having me here. It's great to see members of the council, that you have everybody here, and for those who are also visiting, especially Stephanie Stahl Hamilton. And I'm just going to say what we call her at Unidos US. We call her La Gringa Más Mexicana because she is always supporting everything that has to do with Latinos. So I want to recognize, because also this initiative that we launched at Unidos US comes a lot from the support that Representative Hamilton gave us since over a year ago. So I want to recognize that, and thank you for being also here. And also to all the staff in the city of Nogales, because we've been working closely with them. And I'll start out how this project started. About 2 years ago, Mayor Maldonado was in DC. He went to our offices. We talked over there, and he talked about the problem that Nogales is facing like the rest of the country, which is the lack of affordable housing. So he's like, do you guys have anything going on? And we're like, well, we have a home initiative that 4 million Latinos buy their first home by the year 2030. So we can start a pilot program in Nogales to see what we can do in the rest of the state. So that's how it started. So also recognizing you for that interest. So one of the things that we know is that it's a cross-sector situation, right? It's not only when we're talking about homes, we have to talk about homes, transportation, broadband, and different things. Next one. Next. Okay. So our goal is to identify what the barriers are and what present solutions can be. Because we know that not one city, one county, or one state has all the answers, right? So we want to identify, and that's one of the things that we've been doing, like with Hector, with Juan. It's identifying also those barriers that we have to get to affordable housing, right? But it's not just saying, okay, this is the problem, so now let's find a solution, right? So that's one of the main things that we're doing. So we want to reduce indirect cost by process. It's also that sometimes cities, counties, or state add to the cost of a house, right? And those are things that a lot of the times we don't think about it. And I'll go into a little bit more detail further on. Next one. So before I get into all those details, is Unidos US is the largest civil rights organization in the country for Latinos. It was actually formed in Arizona 56 years ago, and it was called National Council for La Raza. We focus on civil rights and racial equity, education, health, housing and financial empowerment, immigration, voting and political empowerment, and workforce development. We are not a member-based organization, but we are an organization for organizations. We have over 304 organizations across the country. 12 of them are here in Arizona, which you probably already know. Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, CPLC, Valle del Sol, Adelante, Mountain Park, Mexicayot here in Nogales is one of our affiliate organizations. So we have organizations in different aspects and targeting different things. So we focus on policy advocacy, but we also have programs and grants that go to organizations so they can work with their members. So just to give you a bigger and broader perspective of what Unidos US is. We also have a CDF5, which is Raza Development Fund, or it's RDF. So like the Uvalde School in Texas, all the reconstruction and everything was done through RDF and CPLC, but it was something that we push for. So those are the types of work that we are doing throughout the country. Next slide. We also do polling every year. We do a national poll, and then we do polls in certain states to see what Latinos are thinking. So I put this slide to let you know what Latinos in Arizona are thinking. So their top priorities is cost of living and inflation, housing and affordability, jobs and the economy, and healthcare. So those are the priorities throughout the state for the Latino population. Next slide. So the coalition, when we started, it was a very small group, but then when we started talking about other things, like Representative Stahl Hamilton talked about, we need broadband, right? On paper, it looks good, and it says Santa Cruz County has broadband, but the reality is that there is still lack of broadband. So we started amplifying. So we have the city of Nogales, we have legislative champions like Stahl Hamilton, Sarah Ligori, Betty Villegas, Senator Rosana Gabaldon, Annalise Ortiz, Ana Hernandez, who's now the city councilwoman in the city of Phoenix. We have Santa Cruz County, which I met with them this morning and did the same presentation. We have partners that are landowners, developers. We have Fernando here, who is one of the developers in one of the projects. We have the academic part, ARCHES, ASU, Arizona Technology Council, Mariposa Community Health. And then we have financial like RDF, CPLC, Startup Unidos, and then all our experts at Unidos US. That a lot of them are, the majority are in Washington, D.C., California, New York, and LA, right? So we have experts in all the different fields that we talked about that could also help out with research and things that you need. And we want to make that available also to the city of Nogales. Next. So one of the things, when we talk about the national housing crisis, we have over 3.8 million houses, like a shortage of houses, right? When we start talking of in the 1960s, when somebody was making $1 per hour as a minimum salary, they were paying 30% to buy their house, right? So 30% of their income, even though they were in a minimum wage job, was going to buy a house. So they were able to afford it because it wasn't more than 30%. If we talk of today's reality, they would need to invest 14 to 15 times more. If we look at Arizona, somebody who has a salary, a minimum salary job, would need to dedicate 88% of their salary if they wanted to buy a house. So that's why we also see that big problem for people in order to buy houses, right? Because they're thinking, do I have money to buy food? Do I have money to transportation for my kids, et cetera? So it makes it not affordable for them to buy these really expensive homes. Next one. So in Arizona, we have a shortage of over 270,000 homes. Rents increased between 40 to 60% between 2019 and 2023. So that's another thing. Santa Cruz County has 50% of the homes are rentals, right? So that's another big problem compared to nationwide that it's 35%. So you have an additional 15% of people who are not homeowners because they cannot afford one. So for a family right now to be at the level of the 1960s, they would need to be earning between $32 to $38 per hour in order to buy a home, right? So you can see that big disparity. And then if we talk about Nogales, where a lot of the population is probably in produce and they have seasonal jobs and they don't have a full-time job, it just complicates things even more. Next slide. So the median income for Santa Cruz County is 30% lower than the rest of the state. So that's where you start seeing all these disadvantages. And that's why U.S. City Council are also having a lot of the problems, because there isn't that income that you would expect the city to have. Very limited construction in the past decade. Over 50% of the houses in Santa Cruz are rentals. Workforce shortage, and the county population is also low because a lot of U.S. citizens also live in Nogales, Sonora, or they live in Sahuarita, or they live in Tucson, right? Next slide. So these are slides that you can look at later, but what we're going to be focusing a lot on is low-income population and workforce and moderate income. Next one. So it's affordable workforce. So when we talk about that, it's like teachers, firefighters, nurses, law enforcement. I remember a couple months ago, I think it was a couple months ago, that I saw City Councilwoman Parada, and I was telling her, like, all the CPB or USCIA officers, a lot of them live in Sahuarita or Tucson. They don't stay here, and they're making good money, and they're not spending it here. They're spending it somewhere else. So you're not getting their sales tax money here, because there isn't any homes available for them to stay here, right? So that's one of the things that we want to work on with different developers, with the city, to identify what is going to be needed in order to go to that next phase that Nogales needs. Next. Next one, I already talked about this part. So which are the housing types that are missing in Nogales? So severe workforce shortage is one of the ones that is needed. No entry level home ownership pipeline. There isn't anything. So those would be homes between 250,000 to 325,000. So you're talking between 1 bedroom to 3 bedroom homes that would be needed, right? And we can talk about single family homes, or we can talk about duplexes or condos or different models or prefabricated homes that are very different from what we think about 30 or 40 years ago that was basically a trailer. Now it's completely different. Rental market is constrained. And why does this matter? Because there's several things that are going to happen also in Nogales in the next couple of years. One is, we know of South 32 mine, right? They're building El Centro. That's going to increase the number of people who are making more money, right? They're going to need houses. So are they going to go somewhere else and live outside of the county, or are they going to stay here? Then the port of entry, the DeConcini port of entry in the next decade, we are expecting it to actually be expanded. So you're going to need housing for that. Then regional healthcare, education, long-term economic mobility for Latino families. Next one. So what we know is the current housing stock is insufficient in Nogales. Preliminary research, and we're going to do a lot of research also with ASU and with Arches. The estimates are that Nogales requires at least 1,000 new affordable homes in the next 4 to 5 years, right? So then public housing, read this here, 98% occupancy, but there's also a large waiting list, right? So one of the big problems also for those that are either looking for Section 8 or they're looking for some type of support, by the time they have, let's say, their interview, they probably found something in Nogales, Sonora, and they ended up going over there, so they don't show up to their interview, right? Because they got something and they signed a contract, so it's like, why go, right? So you have all these problems that are just one on top of the other. Next one. So then housing is just the beginning, but you're going to need also growth in the community. And you're talking about grocery stores, essential retail, childcare, service infrastructure, restaurants, cultural integration, small business corridors, satellite community college, or workforce training versus a provisional, right? Having something that's actually for the county. Then we talk about like what we've been talking with Representative Stahl Hamilton is like broadband, transit, like the connectivity, right? Transportation. Next one. So major economic catalyst, it's South 32, Decancini Port of Entry, and then the logistics of where just Nogales is located. Just because of where Nogales is and how it's connected, then that is also a catalyst. We see Nogales, Sonora growing and growing, but we see Nogales, Arizona still having the same or less population from when I was in high school, which was I graduated in 92, right? So we don't see that growth compared to, there's a mall over there, there's this, there, and it just keeps growing. Next. So the economic argument is more jobs, local spending, more disposable income, higher local retail, increased revenue for local business, more local job creation, more demand for housing. Next. So if there's going to be, like, just putting the example of Hermosa Mind, if 80% of that workforce is going to be from people who live in the county, right? It's probably also kids that live with their parents. But once they start making money, they'll want to be in their own place, right? But they won't have anywhere to go because there isn't that housing surplus, right? So it's like what ends up happening. So that's one of the things. But then you have 1.5 indirect jobs that are going to be created because of all of this. So then do you have restaurants, or are people going to be going to Nogales, Sonora? Because like, where do you go have dinner? Like last night we went to have dinner and we're like, where do we go? We ended up going to Tubac, right? So those are the things that Nogales needs to start thinking about, is like, how are we actually going to get this plan? I know you guys put a plan together, but it's like how to make it happen. And I think in this part, it's not just going to be city council, but it's going to be also the city manager and his team, is how do they actually get all this rolling? And it becomes a positive snowball effect instead of a domino effect. Next one. So labor mobility, anchor for mining. Next one. So those are delays. Local income, increase in local consumer spending, increased tax revenue, diversification of businesses. Next one. And you'll have all this, but I think this is one of the critical parts for Nogales, connectivity. There isn't a transportation infrastructure. If you want to go anywhere, and if you don't have a car, how do you move around Nogales, right? So it's one of the biggest problems. So it's like connectivity between the city and then also like towards Rio Rico, Patagonia, Tubac. It's like, how do you start integrating all this? And when we talk of connectivity, it's not just thinking about buses or the different methods of transportation, but it could also be public bikes, right? Like transportation. Do you have bikes that you can grab from somewhere and go from one point to another? But not everybody's going to be able to use a bike. So you have to look at this from different points of view of what is needed. So I'm thinking of one of my uncles, his car broke down a couple months ago, and you probably know him, Gaspar. So he's always trying to find a ride because he lives in Rio Rico. We don't know how he does it, but he always manages to get to where he needs to get. But there isn't any reliable transportation for anybody, right? And especially senior citizens. So that's another thing. Next. So this, I think, has a lot of impact in the city of Nogales. Thousands of U.S. citizens who reside in Nogales, Sonora, because they find lower housing costs, lack of inventory in Nogales, Arizona, that's another one, limited pathways for home ownership, But then Nogales is losing a lot in sales tax. That's one of the things. But also thinking not just of those that live in Nogales, Sonora, it's those like U.S. Border Patrols or U.S. CIA officers that live in Sahuarita or in Tucson. They're spending their money over there when they go grocery shopping, right? When they go buy something. So that is money that the city is losing, and also the county, right, through their property tax. So I think it has to be also an integration of between the city and the county to identifying all this, and also having like Representative Stahl Hamilton like being part of this, or Senator Rosana Gabaldon, or Consuelo Hernandez. It's like it has to be an integrated perspective of how to do this, and not just anybody like on their own. Next one. And also getting the governor involved in all this. So then you have to start looking, okay, for Nogales, average earnings for workers are between 62,000 to 100,000. So there's the teachers, firefighters, police, all of these. But then you have to identify what type of housing. Is it going to be a single family home? Are they going to live in a condo? So I think this is the other part where we want to take the coalition, is to start identifying what type of housing is going to be required. Next. So one of the big things with regulations from cities and counties, that increases the price of homes between 15 and 40%, right? So that's one of the things. There's a lot of research, but I think we also live through it with this project that we're pushing here in Nogales, is every time there's also a delay, like 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, the developer has to be paying salaries. Every time they require a new study, they have to pay like the hydrologist, they have to pay the surveyor. When all of that should be done in a period of 2 months, it's taking, and this is throughout Arizona, not just Nogales, it takes between 6 to 18 months. So a lot of developers end up leaving because it's too costly for them to continue a project. So that's one of the things. Next one. So these are several of the studies. Next. And next. So this 32 home subdivision called North 32. So the purpose is to identify what are all these roadblocks, what are these barriers, and what could be done to fix it. But the purpose is so other developers can come to Nogales and not go through the same thing, right? So this would make it much easier for other developers to come, and that way we know, okay, these were the problems that Fernando actually went through. So how do we make sure that other developers who are going to build the 1,000 homes that are required for Nogales actually don't go through all that, right? And that would reduce the prices of the houses, because then instead of going through a process that's going to take 4 to even 18 months, if you do it in a period of 2 to 3 months to get approved, then you start construction, and that makes things a lot easier. The other thing is, what are things that the city can do to incentivize those developers so they actually come here and they don't go to Sahuarita or they don't go to Casa Grande and they don't develop outside of Nogales, and they come over here, right? Because what you need is people living here, so they pay, so they buy things here, and then that goes into sales tax for the city. Next. So we want to identify with the city, with the staff, with members of the coalition, what are those market barriers? What are the government barriers? And also, what are family barriers? So like with CPLC, one of the things they have already, it's called WISH. So it's a down payment subsidy that they would give like people who want to buy the homes, and they would help them throughout the process so they can get money for their down payment, right? So because a lot of people probably will not have the money to give the down payment, but the idea is to identify different programs so they are able to give the down payment, and instead of paying rent, they're paying their mortgage, right? Next one. So we want to identify the barriers, but these barriers, we're not the experts in everything, but we want to find solutions depending on who we're working with, right? So this is the reason of coming now to the entire city council after all this process, and to the city manager also to let you know, okay, we're here and we want to work with you. We want to find solutions so Nogales does not stay the size that it is, but that Nogales actually starts growing and starts developing, and there's more economic impact, that it's going to actually have a positive impact on the rest of the population. Next one. Next one. It's basically the same. So we think Nogales, as you have on the website, it's the gateway to Arizona, right? So there's so many things that Nogales can be an example for the rest of the state. Our CEO and president of Unidos US, Janet Murguia, when she had the meeting with the U.S. Conference of Cities and Mayors and a meeting with the Latino Caucus and Mayor Romero, she talked about this, right? So she's like talking about how Nogales can be an example for the rest of the country of how things could be done, right? If with Nogales has been doing things always, oh, this is how it was always done, but is willing to change things to get things done, then that should be an example. Like City Councilwoman Ana Hernandez wants to use the same model we started here in Nogales. She wants to use it in Phoenix, Arizona, in her district, right? Mayor Regina Romero is also looking into that, because she's like, okay, if we start building a coalition and instead of pointing fingers, identifying what those problems are to resolve them, then that's how we're going to get ahead and start tackling this bigger problem, which is the housing crisis. Next one. So this is our vision. Next one. And this is what we as Unidos can contribute to the city, is strengthen cross-sector collaboration, bring national expertise and research policy, identify those barriers and structural challenges, support data-driven solutions, help align policy and zoning and workforce strategies, elevate local needs and state and federal advocacy efforts, promote and share the vision of equitable growth. So that's what we can bring. I'm not an expert in all of this, but I am learning a lot also throughout this entire process, but we have experts in the different fields, right? So if there's somebody that's required, we're willing to say, set up a meeting, have you or staff members meet with them to start resolving these issues. And I think that was the last one. Next one. Yeah. So now Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique. Very nice presentation. Good job. Does any, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Davis, that was a great presentation. There's a few other questions that you weren't included. In order to bring 1,000 homes to Nogales, one of our biggest problems is we don't have any land. We're landlocked. The only solution to this would be annexation. That's why, you know, the only available properties that we have in the community are very hard terrain. And you mentioned that some of the contractors come here and they would spend a lot of money just to make land preparations for any development. And that's one of our biggest problems. The other one is CPLC and RDF. Are they? What's the affiliation with Unidos US?
So CPLC is one of our affiliate organizations. They were actually one of the first original organizations that founded National Council for La Raza, which then became Unidos US. But they are one of our main affiliate organizations. RDF, Raza Development Fund, is the CDFI that Unidos US created 25 years ago. So like we're doing a project in San Luis, in San Luis through Comité de Bienestar, and it's in 3 phases. So the money is being lent for, I believe it's 300 homes, but it's the land preparation, and I think it's $60 million that is going towards that, right? So we are finding ways either through other nonprofits that are also, Comité de Bienestar is also one of our affiliates, right? Like CPLC. So we find the different ways and different solutions to do that. And that's a revolving fund that once they complete that, they pay it off, they get that money back so they can continue in building other projects. So that's the affiliation for CPLC. And then RDF is I would put it in simple words, the bank that we created 25 years ago that lends money to nonprofit organizations. So they're ours, but not ours.
And the other issue is you're talking about affordable housing, and in order to qualify for affordable housing, you're saying that at least a 90,000 annual salary.
So basically what affordable housing means is that between 30 to 33% of your income is only destined for your mortgage payment and your insurance and all that. So there would be houses, probably not the subdivision of the 32 homes, North 32, that one is probably a little bit higher bracket. It would still be under affordable housing for the people who are making that amount of money. But like if we wanted to tackle, let's say, teachers or other sectors or workforce, we would have to look into other solutions with developers like Fernando or other ones that would want to build those houses, but making sure that their houses don't increase in prices because of regulations and this and that, because then that's what starts increasing the prices. And then from being a house that would have cost $250,000, then it's like at 315 or 320, right? So that's where all these like codes and regulations. So I'll give you an example because I know it's something that's going to come up for all of you to decide. The 2027 International Fire Code talks about fire sprinklers for all new homes, right? If that is done, that's going to increase the price of a home between $7,000 to $12,000. There's other ways to find those solutions. So that's where you need to start having those discussions. How do we make sure that the houses are safe, but without increasing the cost to the buyer, right? So it's going to take more, like we say, van a tener que arrastrar el lápiz y quemarse las pestañas to actually like do more research. Because the easy way is, oh, yeah, we adopt this and that's it. But at the end, you're solving something, but you're creating another problem.
So when you're targeting people for home ownership, are you looking at the teachers?
We're looking, it's a broad range, but we're talking from like workforce, from teachers. I think the project starts at like those that are making like 52,000, I believe, a year and higher, right? So that's what we need to look at. There's going to be some that are going to require a 2-bedroom house. Some are going to require a 3. Some are going to require 1. So it all depends also the family income, all of it together. They might have, if it's a joint family income, they might get to 90,000 because there's 2 people working, right? So then they can buy a house that it's probably 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. But if it was only one person, they would have to buy one that it's only a 1-bedroom house. So that's, I think, the next phase is to identify how many 1 bedrooms, how many 2 bedrooms, how many 3 bedrooms are required. And I know we talked about Nogales, but it would be Nogales, but also thinking now Kino Springs, Rio Rico for these 1,000 homes. So today in the county, when I did the presentation, so one of the issues that came up for them is like, we need to look at all our zoning codes because one of the big problems for Rio Rico is the lot size, right? It's too big. The lot sizes are too big and you can't have like smaller lot sizes like what you decided about a year ago, I believe, right? That you have 3,500 square foot per lot at least. So it's like, okay, that helps out a lot to build a 1, a 2, or a 3-bedroom home, right? So those are I would say, the next steps in the coalition meetings that we have to start identifying that. And we already have experts in those areas that are willing to sit down with whomever you decide needs to be in those meetings and those discussions. And we would put those experts so they can ask questions and start doing all that research before you bring something up to a vote.
The other question is, you mentioned that I don't know if you said that the community or the county is 30% below state median income. So even if a person is earning $50,000 a year, he would be spending like 60% of his salary just to buy a home.
It all depends what type of home. So this is one of the things that the way we have to look at it is we have people that are renting, right? So we want certain people to stop renting and start buying and have home ownership. So those houses that are for rent are going to start opening up. And then others are going to start joining. So the other thing that's going to create it's that market should start stabilizing so it doesn't increase the prices. I'm pretty sure if he looks at how much rents are going for here in Nogales, and the reason why they're probably so high in certain areas is because there isn't inventory, right? But if you start moving people that are able to buy a home into a home, but you need to develop them, you need to build them, right? Then it's going to be a process, and it's not going to be something that's going to happen in 1 year or in 2 years. That's why we're talking about this is a process that we're looking at that it's going to take between 4 to 5 years. And it's not just going to be developers like Fernando. We're going to need other developers. We're going to have to talk to other developers that are interested and saying, hey, this is what you can do in Nogales. Nogales already took away roadblocks, barriers, so you can come. And the part of land, I think there is land and it's private land, but it's also talking to those landowners like Jim Barr. Like when we convinced them to sell part of his land, he said, okay. He's like, affordable homes? He's like, I'll do it. So he already has, I think, Fernando, correct me if I'm wrong, he said 19 acres, right? That he would sell if it was specifically for affordable housing, right? He doesn't want it for anything else. He's not going to be the developer or anything, but he would be willing to sell part of his land for that. It's not going to resolve the entire problem, but it's part of it. And then you might go to Quino Springs, right? And there's other land over there. But the other part, it's annexation. Does Nogales need annexation? I think it's something, you went through it, Mr. Doyle, already at one point, right?
Well, if you'll let me comment.
Yes.
It really isn't the answer. To start off with, the people that live out there have to agree to it, and they're not agreeing to it. Most people are happy with the system they have with the county. They don't feel as threatened as by city regulations. They feel the city has too many regulations. The county doesn't. As far as law enforcement goes, they're happy with the sheriff's department out there. They don't feel as threatened because of not as strict regulations as in the city. So those things hold them back. But as far as it's the same land, whether it's the city or the counties, it can still be developed. The people are still going to live in the same area. The people that live right now between Rio Rico and Nogales are still going to spend their money here if that land's developed. It doesn't make any difference if it belongs to the city or the county. And if they feel more comfortable with the county, well, then the city needs to adjust. We need to adjust and work together with the county so that the laws and the rules are more applicable to the citizens, that they feel more comfortable with both entities. So that's one of the things that you have to look at. Otherwise, they'll say no each time you want to annex, and we can't do anything. But why are we going to wait for annexation? Why don't we work with the county right now and start developing those lands? That's my opinion.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
One last question for you, and then I'll.
Yeah.
Have you ever received a question asking for a hospital? Is it, is a hospital available in your community between Nogales and Rio Rico? Because that's a very important issue here in Nogales.
So no, not directly, but I know like Valle del Sol, who's one of our affiliates, and their health clinics, very similar to Mariposa, right? So they're also looking into expansion, but they were looking into Nogales, Rio Rico, because they said there is also a need, right? So they're looking into that. So I don't know, but I can find out. I can ask what research they have to start looking into Nogales, because I think for regulations for Arizona, they would have to get like authorization from Mariposa Health Clinic in order to come over here. I think that's but they're in conversation. So I'm like, if they're already looking into it, I'm pretty sure that there is a need, right? Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else has any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Mr. Estes, I'll ask you questions later because I know it's an order. We're going to approve the order later on. So I'll save my questions for that part of the agenda. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Melendez.
I have a question, Enriquito. Have you ever thought about housing for seniors?
Yes, and that is something that has been brought up. And I think it's very similar. There's several developments, right? It's something either very similar to what you have here in Nogales, like Bowman, or other communities that are kind of like the subdivision of North 32, but instead of being three bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, they would be like 1 bedrooms, and building like smaller communities of subdivisions for seniors, right? They would require other types of things that you would have to look into, but it has been brought up in our coalition meetings, and especially because of where Nogales is, right? Strategically, senior living here in Nogales would be something that is a big interest. Also because of the aging population here, and you're not moving anywhere. But some of them are like where do I go? But yes, it is one of the things that we've talked about in the coalition meetings. So it is part of the plan.
Any other comments? Enrique, I want to thank Unidos US and all your hard work, with working with the staff from the city and getting these questions answered, because I know it took a lot of hard work to get these questions answered, and basically, you don't drown in a glass of water, I notice.
Yeah, no,
you keep on
definitely
looking.
not.
You keep on
right?
looking.
And we're here to find solutions to problems. And if there's a problem, like all of you know, I'm just going to voice my opinion and say, and we need to find a solution instead of leaving it there. But it's also going to be based on research. It's not just going to be based on, that's what I think. So I think 7 years of doing my PhD gave me the the part of doing all that research.
Ms. Montiel?
Well, I have one. I'm thinking about it right now, and how does Unidos, USA ensure transparency now? Because what I've looked, Unidos USA or US had a couple of name changes there. So how does it ensure its funding? Because mostly it's federal funding.
No,
So
actually,
tell me, because I know I looked up, you were going to say.
yeah, so the majority, 19% of the funding for Unidos was for federal grants. But those federal grants,
19?
they go to then our affiliates. So they apply for grants. So it's not money that stays in Unidos. So a lot of people say, oh, Unidos has a lot of money, right? Actually,
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying how the
yeah.
funding.
So that's part of the funding comes through federal grants for grantees, and then it goes to like our affiliates. Another part comes from corporations,
Yeah.
and another part comes from individual donors. right? And another is foundations. So like the Arizona, like Helios Foundation here in Arizona, they're one of our funders when it has to do with education. Or the Arizona Community Alliance, that's another one, right? So all the money that we receive, it's basically earmarked for specific things. So like we are audited like all the time. Like we're under a microscope for
But the funding, though, is mostly federal funding?
No.
So it's private businesses that also give you the funding?
Yes, so
It's private and federal
private,
funding
individual
and
donors,
individual donors.
foundations, and federal and state.
So federal, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a combination of everything.
Are there safe guards in place? And the reason safeguards. The reason I say that is because we're in a time right now where there's so much instability.
Yes.
We all know that. That's not a secret. So what type of safeguards do you guys have in place? Because these are people that, are very enthusiastic about having a home for the first time in their lives, like you said earlier. So what type, just 1 second, what type of safeguards do your organization has in place for people that apply for these types of loans?
So they don't apply it directly with us.
Okay.
That's one thing, right? So if they would go through a program, let's say through CPLC, or if they go through a HUD program, or it's not, yes. So we help and we facilitate, like we have our HFE, our Housing and Financial Empowerment Counseling Center, that we have counselors for the entire country for those that are either going to buy a home, they are going to be evicted, and they are being counseled so that doesn't happen, right? But it's not directly with Unidos because people don't come to us and we don't give them the loan directly, or they don't buy it directly with us. It's going to be specifically with a mortgage company. It could be with CPLC. It could be with a bank. So none of it goes directly with us.
You facilitate it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
No, that's good. I like the questions, actually. I'm like, that shows that there is a lot of interest.
Yeah, I lied. That wasn't my last question. Since you mentioned HUD, you said these homes would be available as rental units, and then after some time living there, they could transition into home ownership?
No, what we're trying to push is for those that are already renting, the reason why they're not buying a home is because of the lack of inventory. So we want to make sure that those that are able to buy a home, to buy it and stop renting. So that would open up that market or that home for somebody who needs to rent, and they might be in Nogales, Sonora, because they can't find something over here. And then we have them moving over here.
Go ahead.
I'm not very knowledgeable in this area, but I do know, being a lifelong resident of Nogales, a lot of these properties are owned by families. And that can become a problem too when we talk about annexation, right, Mr. Doyle? I know that got you going. And so, yeah, the Escaladas own, a lot of land in this community, and I know they're not. I've talked to Mr. Escalada several times about selling his land. And, he's not interested. So that can also be something that, we are going to face in the future, So just thought I would.
Go ahead, Mr. Doe.
Again, the land is here. It's 5 miles away. And Keno Springs in the past wanted to develop up to 10,000 homes out there. So that's
And it's
half of the population of Nogales or Rio Rico, pretty much. But the thing, what I'm referring to is that we need to approach those areas. And if we can't annex in time, then we need to work, like I said, with the people like the county and whatnot to start that development going, to start, working together as a unit. But the land is here. It's here. We just all need to work together to put in the right incentives and make it happen.
And I think, like, if annexation happens, great. And if it doesn't, We just have to become more creative and find other solutions to actually start doing that. What I'm glad is that the county is all in now to start looking at all these possibilities for developing outside of Nogales, which would be their jurisdiction. So it would actually have a positive impact in Nogales. And like you said, they might live on this side of on the other side of the street, but they would be buying also probably at the Walmart or the Safeway, right? So it's like, yeah. Anything else?
Okay. No, and like, since we started 2 years ago, I think this is a great possibility, and I think, getting legislative involved and everybody is a very positive, and I think it's been a hard work trying to get all the do's and don'ts squared. You can do this, you can't do that, and I think, and I really appreciate all your hard work, Enrique, for what you have done.
Thank you, and thank you all for having me here. But I also want to thank Hector, who has been key in helping us and like making sure that everything is followed to the T and helping us find solutions to the problems that we have been facing, right? So I think he deserves a lot of recognition for the hard work and dealing with me especially.
Thank you, Mr. Tapia. Thank you, Enrique. Next, we move to item E, Montezuma Hotel Project in downtown Nogales.
Yes, Mayor. Well, Yvonne Delgadillo comes up to the microphone. She is a proud graduate of Nogales High School in 1998.
Oh, gosh, that kind of.
I just remember our conversation. It was a very good, but we had a very good conversation, and she had asked to come to present. We were looking at January, but something came up, and so we put her on December. But it is a good plan. What we had discussed certainly was a discussion about obviously renovation of downtown. So I don't want to steal your thunder or lightning, so I will turn that over to Yvonne. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Mayor and Council, it's great to see you all again. I think I was just sitting in that seat thinking of when the last time was here, and I think it might have been when we were discussing the Bowman, which is over 13 years ago. But I'm excited to be here today and to talk a little bit about the Hotel Montezuma, but wearing a different hat. I'm with Allied Argenta. We're an affordable housing developer. And so the only real kind of connection with the Bowman is me, just because I was involved there. But it's a different organization, a different developer that would be coming in and doing it, but sharing the vision that the city has had to redevelop downtown and also address the affordable housing issues. So I also appreciate kind of the positioning of the presentation. Thank you, Enrique, for that presentation. I think it really does highlight the need that we have for housing. So I'm excited to talk a little bit about the Hotel Montezuma. The next slide, please. So these are just some of the things we'll go over today. I just wanted to highlight the picture to give you an idea of what building we're talking about in downtown Nogales. Because when we talk about the Hotel Montezuma, it was the Hotel Montezuma back in the early 1900s and 1960s. But it's those 3 towers with the 2 buildings in between. We can go to the next slide. So a little bit about Allied Argenta and the hat I'm wearing. As I mentioned, we're an affordable housing, multifamily real estate developer. So we have our development arm, which is where we work on identifying the financing, securing the financing, working with all the different stakeholders, including the state, investors, the city, and all the different members of the community to secure the financing, be able to develop and stabilize this property while we're addressing the needs of each community we work in. We also have our construction arm, so we are a general contractor. We do work with local subcontractors and local teams. different components. And then we have our management arm, and that's really where we asset manage all of our assets and ensure that we're compliant with HUD on a lot of, like, when there's voucher, any type of subsidy and assistance. We work a lot with the state and whether we have financing from them, or ensure that we're abiding with all the requirements for the low-income housing tax credits, which is the primary tool that we are looking at using to finance this project. Next slide, please. So our vision of Hotel Montezuma is to revitalize this historic hotel into approximately 50 to 55 units of affordable housing apartments. And we're looking at a mix of 80% being one bedroom and like 20% being two bedrooms. We are looking at it being a senior project with a preference for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities, as well as veterans. We've had some initial conversations with the Santa Cruz Training Program, talked to them about the need for that population, and also engaged in some conversations with Mr. Kramer, and are hoping to be able to connect more with the veterans, different groups here in the community to be able to assess that need. And on the bottom floors, we would be having community space with the residential units above. One of the biggest things that I do want to highlight on the community space, ideally we would love to preserve the retail, but given the tool that the financing tool we're looking at, it doesn't allow for us to be able to do that. And we're unable to put any residential there because of the floodplain. So right now, that's one of the components that we are working with an architect and several engineers to assess what changes we might have to make and adjustments, and how much of the building we'll be able to preserve. So we are looking at a mix of very low-income units and low-income units. So 30 to 70% area median income is sort of what the vision is for now. Next slide, please. So these are just some schematics. We just started the process. The reason we wanted to take this time to meet with all of you is to let you know really the vision that we're looking at. But in order to determine whether we move forward and how we move forward, we need to ensure that we have that support from the city, from the community, and that at the end of the day, we are able to pencil it and that it makes financing sense. Because as we were discussing previously, the cost of housing is pretty substantial. But right now, we have these schematics that the architects put together based on some of the initial research they did about the building. So the primary building that we're all familiar with is that E towards the front. And then the back side, there's another sort of E. The one that's on the northern top, that's actually a very neat adobe building with a stage that's currently being used as storage. Our hope is that we will be able to preserve that. It's not on the National Register, but the hotel is, but we still are looking at. So the hotel is on the National Register, but this adobe building is not. What's on the south of it, there was a fire a few years ago, so the structural integrity of that piece of the building is not good, so we would have to look at demolishing it. But that gives you an initial view of what we're looking at. Next slide, please. So this is kind of an initial layout. This will most likely change, but it's really based on where the structural walls. We had a structural engineer come out to view it a few weeks ago, actually about a week ago, to start looking at it thoroughly and see how much of the existing walls we'll be able to preserve. especially if we have parking and where that will go. But this is part of the initial layout that we're looking at. Next slide. Yeah, just another component. So this is kind of a view, a 3D view of what it could potentially look like. We would continue to look at the front piece, preserving what it looks like now, but the back building, more on the, I think it's Nelson, would be 4 floors. So that would be higher. And so these are some of the components that we have been assessing. Next slide. So the fun part, the financing. So we are looking at submitting an application through the Arizona Department of Housing for their low-income housing tax credit program on April 1st of next year. The 9% LIHTC applications are highly competitive. Just to give you an idea, there's about 30 to 50 projects that are submitted through the state every year, and only 9 projects get funded in the state. We're looking at requesting about $19.3 million in low-income housing tax credits and applying for the new construction rural set-aside. So although this is an existing building, because we'll have to demolish and we're looking at building new construction in the back, those would be the 2 categories that this project could compete against. In addition to the low-income housing tax credits, we're also looking at going after historic tax credits from the national parks, and that's about $600,000 of the total cost. But the total estimated project cost that we have at this point is $24.3 million that we're looking at to build those 50 units and move this project forward. Next slide, please. As I was mentioning, it's highly competitive. The preliminary self-scores are 190 based on the 2025 qualified allocation plan, and it's 180 based on the 2026 qualified allocation plan. So the project does look competitive. The qualified allocation plan is the plan that the state of Arizona issues every year, identifying what their priorities are, what their scoring criteria is, in order for developers to assess whether a project will be competitive. Because if it's not competitive, just to submit one application, we as developers are spending over $50,000, actually closer to $100,000 just to submit an application because of all the initial costs and the schematics and the assessments that need to be conducted. So we really look closely at what those scores have been. I've actually met with the director of Arizona Department of Housing to see how competitive this project would be. Because a lot of times, unfortunately, rural communities like Nogales are at a disadvantage when we compare it to other projects in Phoenix, in Tucson. But this project does look to be very competitive. We're looking at, based on our experience as developers in this industry, doing supportive housing within the seniors, IDD, veterans. The vouchers is a huge component piece that would make this project competitive. Proximity to amenities, the community revitalization plan, which I know you guys have, and we've been working with Hector a lot. Thank you, Hector, for all your help, and Judith as well on the vouchers and the support and getting a better understanding of really what the housing needs are in this community. And all of those components really have helped us determine that this could be a competitive project. Next slide. So one of the things, as I mentioned, it is about collaboration, and what would we need from the city is, in order to make this project competitive, is 2 components other and through your support. and that would be fee waivers. There's a category within the scoring criteria that requires rural communities to come up with $100,000 minimum in either fee waivers or in a form of a grant that is given by local government or from an alternative source that's not the state, that would allow us to be competitive in that area. So that is one of the asks that we would encourage the city to consider. And then the other really critical piece, not just for the competitiveness of this project, but for the needs of the community, is really the vouchers, which would allow residents in this area to move into newly constructed senior homes. So about 13 to 14 of these project-based vouchers from the Housing Authority. We did also have a conversation with Santa Cruz County about their support, and based on that conversation, we do have favorable support that they would do a $50,000 commitment. So we're hoping we will continue those conversations with them as well. So those are two of the areas where the city would serve a really critical role in this partnership. Next slide, please. So our timeline, unfortunately, these projects take a while. But the good thing is that we found this opportunity to acquire the property and move forward with this process pretty soon. We're hoping that we'll also be able to secure the funding within this first round, but are also open to, if it's not this year, it can be next year. But we are putting everything, all of our resource into making this a very competitive application so we can secure the resources. So right now, we are currently in the process of conducting third-party studies. So the civil engineer is looking at all the floodplain. We have other engineers looking at the electrical, the plumbing, as well as the structural components and needs of the existing property. And then we're also working with the architects to come up with the conceptual designs. And a lot of that will be based on what we see, what we get back from those reports from the engineers. But one of the things that we also wanted to share with you guys and ask or invite is we would like to have a charrette. So invite community members to partake on some of the discussions of what we would like to see and introduce and go through the design. We don't have a date set for that yet, but we are hoping and planning to do that definitely before the April 1st deadline. So the application is due April 1st, and they will be making announcements on June or July of 2026. Usually it does take about, we're looking at the financing closing sometime in November of 2026 or February, because it's not just the low-income housing tax credits, it's also the historic tax credits and all the other component pieces. We're anticipating an 18-month construction schedule based on the difficulty and complexities of working on a historic project. So we would be looking at a newly renovated building sometime in the fall of 2028. Next slide, please. So yeah, that concludes my presentation. And I apologize for not including my contact information, but I do have a card if any of you are interested. I know Mr. Mayor and Mr. Kramer have that information. But again, thank you for allowing us to come and tell you a little bit more about sharing this vision with all of you.
Go ahead, Mr. Doyle.
Great project. I just want to know, have you invited the Port Authority to get involved in your project?
This is actually the first actual presentation that we made in the community. We have not talked to this project, to anyone else about this project, because it's a private developer doing it.
But there are positive waves on especially on bringing funding and the attention. They're kind of make like the saying goes, the wheel that makes the most noise gets the lubricating grease, I guess, and so they know how to bring attention to a project. At least you ought to talk to them and see what ideas they have, even before we, like you said, make a community effort to get together and bring more ideas. They've been at it so long, they've been so successful, very positive force. That would be great just to talk to them and get their point of view, see if they I would think they would be interested, but again, I would if I was you, I would at least let them know that you have this project going and see if they're interested in helping out. I'm sure they will be coming to, but since you have an April deadline, the sooner you get more attention to the project for approval. Hopefully, it'll be one of those projects that will pass and get funded. But I think the more positive attention you get to it, the greater your chances will be.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doe. Vice Mayor?
Hello, everyone. It's nice to see you again. I know that when you worked on the Bowman project, you and Neil Sermon had a lot of meetings with me regarding the project-based vouchers. So it is going through the Arizona Department of Housing, this project, right? So are they going to require a commitment from the Housing Authority for the 13 and 14 project-based vouchers?
Yes.
Before April 1st? Or?
No, it would be a letter of commitment or support by April 1st, so that we can include in the application that there is an interest. Obviously, these vouchers would not, we would probably come back again to the city once we get the formal commitment would go at the time of closing. So usually for the application, we need a letter from the city showing that there is support for this project and in interest in allocating 13 to 14 project-based vouchers. Once the application, assuming a successful application for the closing, there'll be another level of more of the legal documentation that investors and our lenders will require.
Well, I don't see any issues with the city committing the 13 or 14 vouchers. The thing is, the Housing Authority director is going to have to start working with HUD because they are they have the tough rules. You know, they sometimes they're very hard to convince that we need those project-based vouchers. I know I went through a lot of hurdles when we got 20 project-based vouchers?
22, I believe.
22, yeah. And that was about half of the project because I think Bowman is 42 apartments.
48, yeah.
28, and
48.
we had to come up with almost half of the project-based vouchers. And in this case, you know, it's a smaller project, but it's a smaller commitment. And when you talk about waivers from the city, what type of waivers are you talking about? Like sewer connections, water connections, and stuff like that?
Correct. It's more with planning and zoning and public works, those costs. Those are specifically the ones written in the qualified allocation plan that would qualify for us to be able to get those points by demonstrating that support. So it would be.
Okay. And I know it's too early to start thinking about the parking for the residents there. Mm-hmm. Are you going to consider the Nelson Street in the back or Morley in the front?
So the part of the discussions we've had with the architects is that we would have some on-site parking. So the bottom floors, especially towards the back, would have, I don't remember if it was around 10 or 20 of the parking spots. And that's still something we're trying to assess and have had initial conversations to see what the requirements would be for the seniors. If we did need additional parking, we've also explored other alternative parking on the Nelson side.
Okay.
But there are a few spots that we're looking at, kind of doing a podium construction where you have the parking on the bottom floors and then the top floors are residential.
And it sounds like a very good project. I know that kind of answers Councilwoman Melendez's question, are you going to have any housing for the seniors? And this is an excellent example.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Hi, nice to see you again. Last time I saw you, I think you were like maybe 10 years old.
Thanks. Yeah.
Parents are our neighbors. Yeah. Did you have the same situation when you were working on the Bowman project where you got, did the city give you vouchers too?
Oh, yes. That project.
So they gave you those disconnection discounts and all of that?
The waivers, yes.
I mean, the waivers. I said vouchers, right? Waivers.
Because that's a critical piece of in that case, the work was done with Gorman and Company. They were the developer. But yes, that they granted. I don't know exactly what the amount was because it's always based on what the total project costs are and depending on how the city, but it was in that. For the 48-unit Bowman project, there were 22 vouchers that were granted, and I don't know what the waivers were, but yes, there were waivers as well.
Okay. That information can be obtained, though, right?
For the Bowman?
For the Bowman.
I believe
waivers.
So.
Yeah, maybe the attorneys can pull out that information.
And I mean, I think if you, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay, go ahead.
If you look at a lot of the projects that are funded throughout the state, you will find that those are, because of affordable, like they won't do waivers for any and all projects, but the affordability and that you're coming in and providing that level of affordability for the community, that's kind of the justification that's used. But it's kind of the expectation that the state has for some of the waivers. I can try to find out more information too, specifically on the Bowman, and provide any additional information.
I think that would be helpful for you guys to have, and us, of course, the city to have that information.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You had a comment, Mr. Craver?
No, I'm just saying it was a very good plan, certainly, as we chatted. You added a little one line, which I think is, I'm glad you did that, because I did say that our new processes of what we're trying to do, especially working with the county, and since economic development is a key component of working with the county moving forward. So I'm glad you reached out to them, because that was the 50,000 that I said would certainly start helping with working in collaboration with the county. I'm glad you added that in there, and I'm glad you reached out to them. Because I think from this point forward, Council, all projects in the city should not just be the ones waiving fees, that the county should have some help and assistance. And thank you for reaching out. And I'm glad they did that. So maybe this will set the pathways of the county actually contributing to the efforts of the city of Nogales as well. So Yvonne, I appreciate you doing that. That certainly bodes well for what we're trying to do. So thank you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Since we talked, I told you I thought it was great because that's what we're trying to do, revitalize downtown. So, putting in, residents there, we both thought it was a great idea. So, let's keep on pushing, and whatever we could help, I think, if they say it can't be done, well, let's find out how it could be done. But let's make it happen. Okay?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, next we go into financial report. Before that,
We have a pinch hitter tonight, Council, Mayor and Council, Sergio Correa, who is now the manager of moving over, because I have made changes over there. He is now going to give the report tonight for Jackie, who is out. However, she is out without pay. For all my pundits on social media that like to cast that, she is out without pay because she turned in a few times before she got hired, and these are some of the times that she is out. But nevertheless, Sergio is taking over because that's the kind of team we are building in the financial department. Sergio is going to now also oversee all billing aspects, working alongside IT, so we start moving in that direction. I just want to say what his new role is, but certainly he will be here to present. Thank you, Sergio, for filling in.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and the mayor. In front of you, you have a hard copy of the financial report for October. This was prepared by our former Deputy Finance Director, Gene Moman. If you have any questions regarding this report, I'll be gladly write them down and get back to you guys with any questions answered. Next slide, please. Okay, as you can see on the monitor, we have Table A. The budget projection through October should be 33.33%. On Table A, our revenues for, as of October, it was $9,669,865, which is 34% of our budgeted for the year. Our share revenues are, we have $3,138,205, which is 32% of the budget. Our local sales tax, it's on Table B. Can you, next table, please? The next slide.
Just say it.
Oh, okay.
Somebody behind the scenes. The Wizard of Oz is back there.
Oh, I see. My bad. I thought you were moving in there. So our local sales tax is $1,285,695 for October. Compared to last year in October, we're about $628,000 and $535 less than the previous October. Currently, the year-to-date is $508,414 below the point last year. For general fund expenditures, we have $12,441,091. As you can see on Table A and Table C, both demonstrates that there's still some percentages left on the budget for certain departments. Some of them are higher than 33.33% as indicated by the highlighted numbers on page, which is Table C. And all those departments are being monitored.
Excluded. Yeah.
Now, next slide, please. Okay, those are the highlighted numbers, the blue colored on the screen. Those are the ones that are expressed that are above the 33%. Next slide. Next is the HERF and overweight fees revenues. For on Table D, HERF revenues are $1,081,421, which is 37% of the budget. For overweight fees is $97,022, and that's 32% of the budget. Our HERF expenditures are $876,807. That's 26% of the budget. And our overweight fees expenditures is $94,809, which is 10%. Next slide, please. In Table E, we have the sewer fund. We collected $1,104,280, which is 34% of our budget. Our expenditures is $751,554, which is 32% of our budget. Next slide. On Table F, we have water fund. We collected $1,174,187, which is 35% of the budget. And expenditures is $1,609,630, which is 39% of the budget. Next slide, please. For table G, we have the sanitation fund, and we collected 945,518, and that's 34% of the budget. And the expenditures is 1,057,838, which is 28% of the budget. The business license summary report for November. We have 2,471 active business licenses. 18 were canceled or suspended. And we had an increase of 6 new issued licenses and 6 special events. And that's what I have for the month of October.
Thank you, Sergio. I know that if you have any questions, you certainly can pull them, send them out right now. Certainly, if we're unable to answer, we can certainly get back. But I'm sure we can, Mr. Doyle.
Go ahead, Mr. Doyle.
This seems a little more positive than the other reports. I was wondering what's happened in the water department, that we actually had a kind of not as heavy expense as other times. Are we improving, or?
We are implementing the plan that I said we would. So we are going to start seeing more revenues coming in, and hopefully that continues. So, but again, Mr. Doyle, I will remain to say what we are doing, but we are certainly implementing a good plan with new meter readers. They're following under the process. Actually, the meter readers will now report to Sergio because he is in charge of that, working alongside with the fire chief and Noe Garcia. But certainly we are moving in that direction, as I stated before. It's certainly important. We continue doing that, and that's something that we, as with IT, just so you all know, we are taking it serious with the billing, and we are looking to figure out what that glitch is. I tasked said he'll give me a good, and you guys a good Christmas gift to get this thing figured out, instead of getting those bills that are still going out of 3,000-4,000, what the glitches are. It is in the system. It's not our meter readers, but we are going to find that out working with IT, correct?
Yes, sir.
We already met, we've already discussed this. So I just want to let you know, the public know, again, whatever misreadings are going on, it's not from our meter readers now, it is internally in that system that we'll talk about later. But nevertheless, that's what's going on.
My question is, what do you recommend the public if they have?
Continue coming up to the windows, calling us. Everything we're doing, we are rectifying it. We are finding ways. Again, said he'll be able to turn on his personality now because he will be in charge of that. So he will certainly be out here in public now, which he is doing, and that's why his practice was now. But it is important. They do call David Cavill. He's not here, of course. They do reach out to him as well under my office. So any of the concerns we certainly will address. I've had texts and emails myself. I give them to the meter readers for them to go back and recheck. So we are still fully addressing these situations that, again, we've inherited over all these years. So it's something, again, we are going to get that fixed, because that glitch, I know we can get it. And we are going to, because somehow it got misread in March, I believe, or back even before when I got here in November, and that's what's creating this. So we are working on that.
Thank you.
I just want to
Go
say,
ahead.
good
Ms.
job,
Lopez.
Sergio. I really
you.
appreciate your information. You're doing a great job.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Sergio. Now we move to.
Oh, just one other thing before we could stay there for a second. I want to bring this up too, because it is part of it's a nexus, so I won't be, and I don't break open meeting laws, so I'm not elected official. Nevertheless, the meters, it was a question from the downtown business people, especially about the meters, and we looked it up because there's a lot of people coming in on Sunday mornings and parking their cars along our city streets Sunday morning, and they park them all day. But we cannot enforce it because I believe it is a state law. Sundays is free parking.
It's in the chart.
It's in the charter. Thank you. I couldn't remember state law or charter. You told me. Thank you. That's why I have an attorney on my left side. Nevertheless, it's in our charter. So if we wanted to revisit that, we certainly could, because what's transpiring, especially for a lot of the businesses, some of the people that are open on Sundays, they're getting people from Mexico parking their cars along the city streets so they can beat the rush Monday mornings, so they can just walk over and get in their cars. Those that head north, I am sure of that. Those that go on to Pima County or wherever they're working. So that's something about the meters, because if you look, there was $100. And that's, whatever. They should be paying for that. They should be paying for that. So in other words, we as a city need to start looking at that. As your city manager, I'm just bringing that up because it is important to our local businesses as well downtown to help support them as well. Not trying to generate revenue, but just to help our local businesses. And I just wanted to bring that up because you were still there so we can talk about that. So I just want to bring that up because it was asked from a couple businesses to my office. So I just was giving you a heads up, and I brought that to the attorney.
Go ahead, Mr. Doe.
Since we're discussing that, what is the hours that the meters are supposed to be in use, that they pay? Is it like 6 in the morning till 6 in the afternoon, or what is it?
Go ahead, Chief. I don't know the hours. That's a good question. I don't know if I think it's a 2-hour limit.
No.
3 hours.
Okay.
A 3-hour.
Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead, sir.
So just to clarify the question, you're saying what are the hours of enforcement for the parking meters? Well, currently they are Monday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Sunday, there is no enforcement of the meters other than the red, yellow, and handicapped zones. The city manager did mention the enforcement of meters on Sundays or holidays to be considered, but a quicker solution that we have discussed, and I know city manager and city attorney are aware of this, is we have the 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Restrictions that we place down there in the downtown area for the street sweepers to go down there and do their cleaning. Mm-hmm. So that, I'm not sure. I know that we talked about it, how that has now not, how it's gone away. I'm not sure how that happened, but that's one other solution that could be addressed. As Mr. Kramer mentioned, some of the concerns that the merchants are bringing up.
So that's our loophole. Juan, we'll have to have our streets started sweeping at 4 a.m. Monday morning. Overtime. But thank you, Chief, for bringing that in, because that would be our loophole.
All we need is signs that we did have in the past when I started a while back, but now they're no longer there. And as far as I know, Mr. Estes was going to look into how we can possibly bring that back.
But if that's a loophole, Council, I will, I'd always like to use what we can. So starting maybe in January, we'll start maybe looking at that, and I'll get a report back to you from the Chief as well. Thank you, Chief, for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we also never brought back, in the past, we used to give December, we wouldn't have the meters working.
Yeah, Council, I was just going to automatically do that because I'm sure that you were probably going to do that anyway, even though we can't talk about it, but certainly I was going to try to just do it as a city manager.
Yeah. City manager's report, item number 7.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I haven't chatted with a report and given you a report in probably 2 or 3 months. Nevertheless, I figured it was time. I know I talk a lot on certain situations, but just want to give you an update on things, what I'm doing outside of the realm of everything else. But of course, Vice Mayor, you brought up the Union Pacific, and that has been well received in this community. It was certainly something that was done. If you talk to the old guards of this community, and I've been here since '89, they said they haven't seen Grand Avenue along the railroad tracks that clean in a long time. So again, thank you to the Parks and Recs overtime group. In fact, a couple of those people that were getting recognized are also part of the overtime group that worked as well doing that. So and we left it open. We said volunteers. We didn't assign anyone. We asked each and every one of them who wanted to volunteer for that. But it was also important that Adrian Guerrero, who I met at one of the breakfasts, was the vice president back in May. I initiated this with him. He then obviously, and the mayor knows her, Lupe Valdez, which I met at the League of Cities for lunch, kind of, we were going to meet anyway, but we met at lunch and we discussed it. I gave her a USB drive. Thank you, Miguel, for doing a drone over the whole area. I handed that over to verify what we needed. So in order to get that done, also Chris Rezek, I can pronounce it correctly, a good name from there up in Nebraska. He's the vegetation control. He also had to sign off on it, which he did. So we did, we are going to get reimbursed. We just have to submit it to Union Pacific for that overtime cost. So I just wanted to give you the background of it. Who was really in charge of it was, again, the Parks and Recs. We worked with their crew, but it was also Union Pacific that, yes, we can do that for you. And again, it looks very nice for our city. So that's where I'm moving, and hopefully we keep that going on that area. Your septic dumping management, Mr. Doyle, this is something that you were pushing forward, and the mayor was in with Noe Garcia and I were talking about getting the permit. As of right now, I'm pleased to report that we have been following all protocols, and the protocols that are enacted. Right this time, we've had no septic dumping since October 14th because of the protocols that we agreed with ADEQ and IWBC. Their question was, were they dumping, wildcat dumping? I don't know because I don't control Santa Cruz County or Rio Rico, but I know in the city we're having, and they can still dump if they want at that place. They just have to pay that costs initiated to us. So that's what's going on with that area. Our professional development initiatives, when you hired me, I told you that you have no training. And as a former educator, I'm all about training because that's important. And those of you that know that, it's very important to continue what we're doing with our directors. So all directors recently completed a procurement training with Amber Whitney from the state of Arizona. And again, League of Cities, that's where I met her. And that's where she came down for free. And they did a 2.5-hour training for all directors. Eyes were opened because, again, it hasn't been done. We need to follow procurement. You remember some of the dings that we were getting? We probably still might get that. I know that's a different story, but nevertheless, we do have procurement protocol. Jackie was well embracing that. Said the directors will know that. We are going to follow more procurement protocol, invoking whatever our purchasing in. And with that, HR Daniel has reached out to Steve Coleman, is going to come down and do an hour-and-a-half training for the protocols of HR to all of our directors as well. So we are starting to do more training for our directors, not to putting them out on an island per se, because at times I think they felt that, but we're going to give them that training. And it's important not only from there, but is Leo still here? And Leo's also working with Southwest then to start doing the training for all of our safety, our fire drills, our lockdowns, everything to do that in that effect as well. So we are going to start incorporating training. Yes, Mr. Doyle.
I don't hear OSHA being involved.
And that's what we want, OSHA to stay far away. Don't bring them up.
No, but in other words, the training corresponds with OSHA.
Yes, it can correspond with OSHA and the IFC fire codes that we follow from 2018, the state of Arizona fire codes that were, actually the fire codes are above OSHA. OSHA defers to IFC fire codes when it comes to fire drills, lockdown stuff to that. They're all similar, but the governing body is IFC, which the fire department follows as well. And the chief is working along with that because that's going to be in my next one. But also we are moving the direction of Workday. We've spent a lot of time with Workday. They've been down here more than probably necessary, but we are trying to. The program has not been purchased. That will be up to you, but we are moving it because it's a better program. I don't want to give kudos to Pima County or the city of Tucson, but I will. But nevertheless, they use that program. And as a former employee of Pima County, it's a great program for employees as well. It's very user-friendly. You can get in there and see everything and anything. You can change your benefits. It's got a great app. It's well received in our HR, finance, IT as well, because we're going to get our billing straightened out because they have a good billing section. And Jose's not here, but also we're going to move in a direction of what we're doing with our, Hector, what's your program? Isela. We're going to move out of Isela and use the program that they have, which is going to be even more proficient with when our new businesses, which we're talking about with new businesses, people wanting to come and build and everything to that effect, we are going to incorporate that program. So it's going to be important. I'm just giving you a heads up. They're going to present to you probably in January. So I'm just giving you a heads up. We spend a lot of time on that, a lot of time. Infrastructure investment, Mayor and I were chatting about this. Juan's going to, thank you for passing that, because now we're at 5 million threshold. We can follow the procurement protocol because it was brought up in there, following state contracts. You follow state contracts, you can go to the company that has a state contract. If they're doing a state contract or a contract for Pima County at $4.5 million, well, we can certainly use that company and go for our, whatever we're going to do with our projects. That's how state contracts work. The state procurement office is all about that. They all endorse it. In fact, she was well said, yes, do that. It's a clean way to do and go out. It actually is somewhat, because all the bidding has already been done for you. You see, that's how clean it is. So we're working in that direction. As I stated, I've moved people around. We are doing well. HR department is now fairly well. Daniel, thank you again. He's moving direction with that. Our intergovernmental coordination, we just brought it up right there that the county did volunteer to do that. I met with our county manager, and Jesus Valdez is going to present in January for the flood control, correct? I think that we were bringing him in, as well as he and I are going to meet, keep the politicians out of it, because it's going to be just manager and manager. We need to start working together, and I agree with that. But I will say this, and I'll say it publicly, and I've always said it. If you're going to have a business and you're running a business with a partner of a business, it should be 50-50. And that's what Yvonne just showed us right now. If the county's going to give $50,000 based on our $50,000, well, maybe that's more what we should be doing. The county should be doing that with the city of Nogales as well. If we're going to give, maybe they're going to start giving as well, to help more of this projects, more of this investments into this community. Certainly something that Mr. Valdez and I are going to chat about in January. Community celebrations, we have a 250, our gentleman left. Anyway, he's on part of that committee. Our 205th anniversary committee was established through the city manager's office with our councilwoman Montiel heading up that committee. We have a good committee, I believe, of 9 people on that committee. It's all secure. We've got everybody there. Unless somebody leaves, those 9 people will be the stalwarts to doing this, and along with David Cavillo. So our 250 flags will start coming up in January, and we will start promoting the 250. Obviously, it's our theme for our Christmas parade. So we are moving in that direction. Our operational excellence is, again, our business office, public works staffing. We are I told you in our meeting, Mr. Garcia is actually getting people we're going to do the infrastructure study starting in January. We're moving it into by May. We'll have a whole idea of where our water and sewer lines are. We are going to be surprised if where our sewer lines are at, because some are in backyards, as I stated before, which they shouldn't be. But again, we will find everything, so what we can do is move forward. I talked about that, and thank you, Council, for putting up for 2 hours of listening to what we were doing on our last study session. But that's something we want to get direction of and move forward. Cemetery beautification, I did meet with, although we've used them right here, as you can see, these trees that had never been trimmed. Well, I met with the same company, the arborist gentleman, and I met him in the cemetery. Granted, whatever the cost is going to be, I think, as all of you would agree, those trees do need to be trimmed in that cemetery, because a lot of them have not. I don't want to say because it's a cemetery, they're dying, but nevertheless, there are trees in there that need to be removed and need to be trimmed. So we are, and I am working on that. I did meet with them. And again, thank you, League of Cities, because that's where I met this company from last time I was in Sedona. So League of Cities, yeah, you've been helping out. All right. Our Palo Duro facility renovation project is done. Jessica said they're ready to go, so I will work on moving. As I said, our attorney Joe has vetted it. I'm gonna get that committee together. I'm gonna first send out the bids. We will bid for that. I'll send those out. Then our committee will reconvene in January. Go through the bidding process. Select somebody that will move into that and start getting that restaurant going, whatever the timeline that will be. But we are ready to go with that. I believe we are working on the restrooms, and we will hopefully get those finished, I don't know, probably by the end of this month, if not the end of January. Our technology and emergency preparedness, I just kind of told you about that. But I will say this, I did, again, training. We used 2, I don't want to say this either, U of A professors, Grand ASU, but nevertheless, we used, and Richard McPherson's a good guy. He's the one that headed up and he brought another professor down. And they did 2 weeks of training, 2 Saturdays. And we used Memorial Park to use the training. The one day was kind of rainy and they used it inside, but we want one final training left and we're going to do it in Rio Rico at the campus so they can start using, especially our fire departments and police departments, working together because we are going to be able to start using those a lot more in emergency situations. Plus, they'll give them more hours because I think he's setting up everybody that's in the class for their, I believe it's an FAA Part 107 certification, which makes you an official drone pilot. So that's a good thing. And so it is at no cost to our employees that we're doing this. We're paying our instructors $300. So I spent $600 so far. So that is a good thing. I believe they're going to a presentation for Skydo on December 10th. Skydo is another drone company. Our labor relations, Ana Parada attended that with the union on Monday. And what I said in there was, it's good that we're moving in this direction because the union has kind of been pushed aside. I'm not going to throw rocks again, but again, the union has been kind of pushed aside. They were not even having meetings because they tried to have a meeting supposedly and it didn't work. Well, this time they are. And once we move and start getting the movements down to the administration building, one of the offices at Public Works will be a union office for the presidents to have as their meeting place with anybody that wants to be it the fire department, the police department, and then the workers unions. Each president will have an office space in that office. Something that we need to do because I think it's a good thing to do to work out to our employees. Safety systems, we are up on board with our fire alarm systems. There they are right here, the ones that we didn't have forever. Now that they are out there, they're tested. They're going to be tested actually tomorrow at 8:30. All the systems are in go, other than we have budgeted, and their next goal is to get the Council of Aging. Both of our other buildings will be under contract with McKinstry. We'll get going with that. Palo Duro, I believe it's just a fine tuning of that. So all of our buildings will have the fire alarm systems. Thank you again, Council, for approving that budget because that was a needed and it was a necessary and it was an OSHA concern, Mr. Doyle, when you don't have working fire alarm systems, certainly. All right, I talk fast like an auctioneer, but I certainly wanted to get going through this because I promised you guys 8 o'clock and I'd probably talk for 15 minutes. But nevertheless, all right, holiday schedule. We all know the city offices. Thank you again for doing this. On December 23rd, we will close at noon on December 23rd. We are closed on the 24th, and we will be closed on December 26th. So you gave the employees of the city a good, nice little Christmas gift, I guess, on that sense. On December 31st, again, I will have the mayor and I hopefully will have the agenda out by then, before that, so we'll get that going. But December 31st, we'll try to do some flex timing, but we'll probably close the offices by 3 o'clock on that day as well, just to let you know what's going on our arrangements for the next month. In closing, I just want to express my sincere appreciation to council for your continued support. It's been my year, kind of. You know, you tasked me. That's what I'm doing. You tasked me a lot, actually. They had to raise my blood pressures up, but anyway, that's all right. It's all good. Yes, it's all good. All good for a good cause. I'm joking about that, by the way. Anyway, it's been something that we're doing, and I've always said this. This has always been my motto. Make sure we always follow this, is doing what's proper and not what's popular. And that's what you're doing. You're doing what's proper. You're doing what needs to be done for the city residents of Nogales. It may not always be popular, but it is proper. And that's the whole point of it. And you have supported that by supporting what I'm doing and supporting all the directors to let them do that. So thank you, Council.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Mr. Kramer, that was an excellent and long report. But you never mentioned anything about the famous arch at the Morley Street. What's going on with that?
All right, that's, I don't want to. I'll just say that, yeah, we're looking at that, and I'll defer that to a discussion that we're going to have later tonight. I believe it's on the agenda. But right now, if things come to that, the city will we'll have to foot the bill for that, but I'll bring that up later.
Thank you.
Mr. Doyle?
And one of the things that you mentioned about the sewer lines, I give you credit for what you're doing because a lot of those things were set in place 100 years ago, and they run in backyards, and so it's a challenge. But thank you for addressing it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Graber.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Continue with discussion. Action items. A, discussion possible action in kind or procession of Lord Our Lady of Guadalupe on December 11th, 2025 from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. starting at 386 East Calle Sonora, Monte Carlo, ending at the San Felipe Church at 1901 North Jose Gallego Drive. Estimate participants ranging from 100 to 120 people. Funding amount requested 400. Support of police escort and traffic control. Do I have a motion? This is San Felipe's peregrinación or processing from Monte Carlos up to their church on December 11th.
Can I make a motion to support the funding amount because of the funding?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. B, discussion and possible action of any kind of the Paul Bonds Boots Music and Arts Festival benefit Children's Museum on December 13th from 12 p.m. to 11 p.m. at 915 West Paul Bond Drive, Nogales, Arizona, 85621. Estimated participants would be around 700. Cost would be $6,414.73. Again, this was a request, from Paul Bonds, if I have it correctly.
That's a business?
The name of, yes, it was requested by Paul Bonds Music and Arts Festival. They're the one doing it, and on benefits Children's Museum.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Parra.
Is there going to be, are they going to be charging for the event for people to go in?
Do we have participants from Paul Bonds? Ms. Bell?
Hello, good evening. My name is Katie. I'm with the Planning Committee for the second annual Children's Museum Boots and Music Festival hosted by Paul Bond. To address the question the councilwoman asked, we are charging an entrance fee, and all those proceeds for the entrance fee also go to the Children's Museum.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Doyle.
We spoke about these type of situations where we would take it case by case, but I see the expense is pretty big compared to $400 to $6,400, I guess, and I've got a problem that it's being done by a business within the business. I don't know the legal, if the AG can come after us for supporting something like that. But I would think that being a business, they could carry their own weight instead of leaning on the city and putting us in possible bad light with the AG. Is there a gray area there that we should be concerned with?
Legal?
Mayor, Council, I've explained the in-kind contribution issues before, and my advice stands. So again, it's a council decision, but I'm not going to go into it in detail here. But I've given you the legal advice on that, and
so it's at our own risk.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Montero.
Yeah, I did some research on this, and there is I think it's a policy, if I can just get my phone on here, and it's regarding city support of local community events. Is there a problem? Oh, and it specifically says there's a clause in here that specifically notes in this clause that says that, forgive me for, it says category B, there's a lot of different provisions, but on one of them it says category B events may be approved and supported in an amount not to exceed the in-kind value of $1,000. So we have a policy in place, council members. I've talked to the attorney about this already. And that order was order number 2011-07-050.
Yes, Mr. Dahl?
Well, no, I just want to thank Councilwoman Montiel, because now that she mentions, I recollect. Yeah, but I thank you for bringing it up, because sometimes we forget things. But yeah, it's already set in place, the amounts. So thank you.
Go ahead, Councilman Bonilla.
I believe that seeing from what entity this event is from, I think they can support their own police officers and stuff like that. I just they're going to be charging a cover charge or admission charge, so that's all. I don't feel comfortable in supporting this, just in the sense that because it is a private business. I do understand it's for the Children's Museum. However, I believe that this business, along with other businesses, they can afford to pay this.
Did you have a comment, Ms. Bell?
Yeah, I just had a comment. In full transparency, I got this number from the agenda. So this is the number that I found, and it's the only number that I have before coming up in front of you. And at the end of the day, we'll take whatever can be available in kind, whether it is 1,000 or not. But at the end of the day, we're members of this community asking other members of the community if it's a possibility, just like we did to all the local businesses that have donated. So in full transparency, that's our stance.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Dahl.
Well, that's one of the points, but considering some of the other things that were said, personally, I feel uncomfortable with putting myself before the AG's discretion and or view of the law. But everybody's got a right to vote their own conscience and risk. Thank you.
Go ahead.
If there's no further discussion, I call for the vote.
There's no motion.
Well, yeah, I'd make the motion.
Nobody's
Okay.
done a motion.
Well, then, okay. Thank you.
No. So don't get a motion. Okay. So it fails by lack of motion. Next, we move to C, consideration possible action regarding the amendment to Order 2025-08-22 and order of the mayor of City Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, that establishes the policy of code of conduct for elected officials and an advisory board which provides the standards for ethical conduct, meeting procedures, use of public funds, conflict of interest, and enforcement. This is, that's,
Yes, that's the code of conduct where the travel expenditures is included.
yeah. I put this one because basically, you know, we've gone through it before. I was not present here when this was taken about. Now, us officials are not getting any travel expense. Only our hotel being paid, or if it's the you take a plane, that's being paid by the city before you travel. Everything else is out of our pockets. No, it's not advance.
It's an advance. What I'm saying is you are advancing the cost. It's being reimbursed at the end.
That's why. And in the past, it was advanced to us prior to our travel, our mileage, our meals and stuff like that. Now we're supporting the city out of our pockets for any travel that we have to do. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, I reading this, I thought it was. I even looked on the background. I couldn't find it because it's not very clear. It's not very specific. I don't like the way it's written personally. I feel uncomfortable even addressing this because it just seems like there's a lot of loopholes here.
As your city manager, if you don't mind me intervening, I will say this, that we've had 2 council members that have traveled, that have implemented the travel form that we are now following, taken from the Arizona State Procurement Office. We now follow what the Procurement Office has recommended to us. Our entities across this county follow the same protocol with this. If you need to see the forms, I have them, but what is going on is your travel will be reimbursed at the end of it. Your odometer you put in for if you're taking your own car, you start, you end, you'll get reimbursed for the miles regarding that. Your hotel, your flights, your registrations, all will be prepaid. It's your meals will also be looked at the conference, and if you're getting lunch provided, well, of course, you're not going to get a per diem for that, are you?
We never have.
Right?
When it's out.
Right. So then you're only turning in your mileage on this form, and I believe, again, Mr. Cavillo's not here, but Council Vice Mayor did it on his last trip. Councilwoman, when she came back from Utah, did that. All employees are following this protocol. Now, as a council, if you want to amend it for yourselves and go back to your prepay, but I'm telling you right now, the city employees are going to follow this based on the Arizona procurement laws, based on what we are implementing as far as our policies go. I'm not going to change what we're doing for our travel for employees. We'll stay with this. If you guys are above it, just let me know, and if you vote on it, that's fine. It's not in the charter. It's not an entitlement. It is a reimbursement protocol. And that is what's used by the state of Arizona. So elected officials from the state of Arizona have to follow this. And no matter where you're at in the state of Arizona, you're following this. I know I was told that, yes, that's the way we do it in Nogales because we don't change. But we aren't. I'm changing with the employees.
Okay,
I can tell you do I have the floor yet?
Yeah, go ahead, finish.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm telling you that we get dinged on this. We're getting concerns about in the past. I'm not living in the past. I'm moving in the future. Again, I'm doing what everyone else, elected officials, and I was an elected official too. And I gave up a lot of time, 16 years as a school board member. I gave up time, and we had to follow this protocol. I had to turn in my odometer. I had to go drive. I had to do all that. We didn't get paid. We didn't even give our insurance. It was zero as a school board member. So I'm saying, and I'm not trying to make apples and oranges and compare, but I'm just saying, we're following what everyone else does. And that's what the Arizona Procurement Office wants you to do. Again, you guys choose what you want to do. I'm doing what I'm doing with the employees, and this is what the employees will be doing. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Melendez.
In the past, you gave the money in advance and then we bring you the receipts. Was there any problem with that?
Yeah.
Well, you have answered.
We could have that conversation in executive session.
Go ahead, Ms. Parra. Hold on. Did you finish, Ms. Melendez? Do you have another question?
No. Well, you answered. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Parra.
When we came up with these policies and the code of conduct, personally, I think it's protecting us. And we should follow the what we're doing right now when we come back from travel vouchers. Yeah. That's my personal opinion. It is there to protect us.
Mr. Doyle?
Yes, as we're discussing, well, another point comes to light. One of the things that Mrs. Lopez said, that we didn't have any problems doing it the way we were doing it. One of the things that I don't like the idea of having to take my mileage and setting the little, and when you're going to a conference and you have all these things in mind, and then you kind of lose sight, and we come back and you gave us a wrong reading. No, I don't want to be accused of those things. I think management should be able to figure it out. That's why we have finance. They know exactly how many miles it is from the city of Nogales to wherever we're going. And they can just say, this is what you're going to get for mileage. And we don't, and fine. I'm fine with it. Whatever they say.
We've got your back, Mr.
We have a pretty good idea also what the mileage is.
Yeah, we've got your back.
But I'm not going to be accused of being off 5 miles because somebody else came up with a different. No, you come up with your own mileage, and that's fine with me. 5 miles more, 5 miles less, it doesn't bother me. But I don't want to be accused that I didn't give an accurate reading. Period.
You'll never get accused of an inaccurate reading, Mr. Doyle. We've got your back because we've got Google Maps. You type in that where you go, where you come.
Then why should we?
And that's what we'll do. We'll pre-fill this out for you as well, so you don't have to even worry about filling that out.
Well, I think we should evaluate this a little further. Wait how it works. Like you're putting, which is fine, staff and everybody, the city employees, and see how it works for them. And compare it later down the road with the way we've done it in the past. But we need, this is not very clear. It's just, all of a sudden now we bring a little area out of, I think we should find out what the problems are and write them down, and then we address them. Not so much in general.
Have you looked at the form? I'm just curious.
Go ahead, Ms. Bonilla.
Mayor and Council, Mr. Kramer earlier stated that we're going in a positive direction, and I think we should continue that with the state procurement process. Yes, I understand we're used to the old ways of doing things, but I don't see any issues, especially the issues here that Councilman Doyle says that we do have Google, we have Google Maps, and you can see how much miles and how much it's going to take to get there. So, and I think, in all honesty, Mr. Doyle, I believe that if Mr. Kramer's telling you that he has your back or he has our back, we don't need to worry. It's going to be pre-filled, and it's going to be pre-filled, and I don't see an issue with this, other than we're not going to get in advance. That's about it. That's the only thing that changes.
Go ahead, Mr. Doyle.
Well, again, It's just that the way it's written, and then I looked for the background on this. This is the only thing that doesn't have a background. There's nothing here to explain to us what it's about. And how we're here in discussion, again, we're going to something that wasn't even, it didn't even dawn on me. And now it's, I think this should be rewritten really and specify more.
I'll just say this, this was not my item.
Pardon?
This was the mayor's item, so whatever he wanted to submit, he should have submitted to make it clearer for you. It was not my item.
Well, that's I believe that it should be rewritten to specify what it addresses. And then we can discuss that and vote on it.
I'll say this too, since I'll just finish out what I had some notes here. From the State of Arizona County Manual Topic 50, Travel Section 95. It was it was issued on 1/27/25. The Arizona Auditor General, State of Arizona County Manual is called the SAM, it's called reimbursement rates. So your Auditor General gets involved in this as well, based on the State of Arizona travel policy. It also includes the General Accounting Office, which is your GAO of the State of Arizona. So I've got 3 different State of Arizona agencies, Mr. Doyle, that I'm only bringing that in because you had nothing in front of you. But I kind of figured this was going to happen, so I came in prepared to have this for you. And that says, lack of travel policy is not an acceptable reason for non-compliance.
So I want to know one thing, Mr. Kramer. I traveled back in November 12th. I went to Yuma. November 18th, I went to Phoenix for 2 separate meetings. I did my original and old reports and everything. I haven't gotten one of those sheets. All I've had is over $600 of expenses out of my pocket that I almost didn't even have Thanksgiving dinner because I didn't get reimbursed. I was told when I was leaving to Yuma, outside my parking lot, with my baggage, oh, this was an email by you 2-3 months ago about changing the policy. I said, city manager should not control our elected officials' expenses because we do have a budget. I'm not taking away from the city. I'm taking it away from my budget. It's from the budget, my mayor's budget.
Is that your personal budget?
It's the mayor's budget.
Your personal?
Mayor's budget. Not me, Jorge Maldonado. Mayor's budget. Okay? Just like the council has their budget. And for me to have to take away from my family, I don't think that's right. That's my case here. You know, why should we take away? We put enough time, we put enough effort, we travel. Why should we put out of our own family pockets to do what we got voted to do? You know, if I gotta go to Phoenix tomorrow, again, out of my pocket. Yeah, my hotel's paid for. Not my mileage, which is my gas, not my meals, nothing. You know, city managers should not control elected officials. I understand, and we had this conversation. You control directors and below. Employees. We are not your employee. Well, we're elected officials.
I'll say this again. My email did go out. Yes, if you want to start going on this route. Why is it that the vice mayor and Councilwoman Parada followed the parameters of that email and came to me as the city manager and said, Mr. Kramer, we understand this new protocol. How do we go about doing this? Again, lack of travel policy knowledge is not an acceptable reason for noncompliance. Why did the two of them come to me?
How come you didn't come to me and give me what I needed to do? I gave it to your director. It was all my mileage and my
Again,
costs.
I'm not going to sit here and get into arguments with you.
Yeah, but
What
you're
I'm
not
saying
gonna
is,
control me.
why is two other people come to me and ask me? And then you say, well, you need to come to me. You're not the king.
Hey, I got elected by the people. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead, legal.
So I just want to make it clear that what's before council tonight is a request to amend the code of conduct, because the code of conduct that was adopted by the council in August provides for, in section 7, paragraph C, expense reimbursement. It says, unless otherwise authorized by the council for advance payment prior to the activity or event, all expenses shall be reimbursed after the fact. So that is what's before council tonight.
It's up to us. We want to change it.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Doyle.
Okay, if we spend our money before we get reimbursed, and sometimes we're gone a week. You go to a banking institution, where's the interest supposed to be earning the money that was, Well, how are you going to compute that when maybe the cost is high? No, it just puts a lot of strain and pressure on the elected official trying to keep track of things and putting. And I don't know how this affects anything else that we've done in the past, but I'd like to just clarify this and discuss it in the future. And see, it's nothing that I think is going to. It didn't break the city or anybody else before we got here. This is new, and so we got to look at it a little closer and discuss it with a little more insight on it, and take it from there.
And that's why I say, I'm trying to amend it to where elected officials, get our per diem like we've always had prior to our travel.
When did it change? When did it change? When did this happen? I don't remember voting that we changed our protocol or the way we get paid. Or
so that's what
on the August meeting.
The one that I voted against. No, I didn't vote.
Well, it doesn't matter if you voted for it.
It's all right.
The council as a whole approved the code of conduct.
I didn't like the way it read back then. I still don't like the way it read.
So, this is, I'll move, my motion is to amend the code of conduct to where elected officials get their per diem like we always have prior to travel, even if they pay the airfare, the hotel, and the conference, in advance, but we elected officials get our per diem prior to travel. Go ahead.
Attorney? I'm sorry I have to ask this question, but I don't want the public to think that we are asking something different from the employees, because even though we are elected officials, we're held actually to a higher standard. We're not even going to go there. But this policy that you spoke about is to be applied to elected officials and to employees. Am I correct?
No, the code of conduct that you guys adopted is a council code of conduct. That was a code of conduct that was provided to the council, that the council approved and adopted to provide guidance and regulations for your conduct. It's a council decision. It's a council adopted code of conduct. So if the council wants to change that code of conduct, the council can change that code of conduct. But the council as a whole adopted that code of conduct at the August meeting.
So it's in the code of conduct that we have agreed to and voted all, including the mayor at that time, voted for it. But I think that later on, when this form is asking for us, it's not saying that we're not going to get paid for our travel. So if I go to Tucson and I stay overnight, the hotel is paid for. What this form is basically saying is that bring me back. They give us, and also just a little background here, because I'm getting questions from the public that we don't allow public officials to travel and we're kind of micromanaging and so forth. That's not the point. The point is that if I go to Tucson and I stay in a hotel, the hotel is prepaid, but also you give me a per diem. Per diem means the gas is paid and also any lunches and dinners and breakfasts that are not covered by the conference. That is already paid for. Am I correct?
Negative. You pay it out of your pocket.
So what is paid? I know your attorney hat. I know. I live with one. So the hotel is paid for. That's paid for. The hotel is paid for when we travel. Okay, that's already Sergio does that part of it. When you give us a check for the per diem and the travel, the gas, or the food. Per diem is the gas, the food. I don't travel much, so I'm not sure. So tell me a little bit about the process so that everybody can understand it. Let the attorney tell us.
So normally when any officials or travel, you're going to have your costs. Your costs for, if you're going to drive, you get reimbursed mileage if you're taking your own vehicle. If you're taking a city vehicle, you don't get reimbursed mileage because you're taking a city vehicle. You get a specified per diem rate per meal. It varies depending on, it's a different amount for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And it also depends on when you leave as to if you leave after 12 o'clock on a travel day, then you don't get the lunch per diem.
Because it's already.
So there's certain aspects like that. And then the conference costs, hotel costs, different things like that can be prepaid by the city through that registration part.
Okay.
But what the Code of Conduct just provides is that the expense reimbursements will be reimbursed after the travel
But
is
not
done.
hotel. That's already been paid for.
Because that's paid for.
Exactly. Okay.
So this is basically talking, in application, it applies to your mileage reimbursement at the IRS rate and your per diem for your food.
The food. So in other words.
We're going to follow the state rate. We're following the state rate.
Exactly.
IRS is higher. We're following the state, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. So basically, we're not saying you can't travel. We're not saying, or this code of conduct is not saying that, one can't travel. What they're saying is that you need to pay for those two things up front.
Yeah.
That's all it's saying. So that's what we're asking from the employees to do too. You're going to go on a trip, the hotel will be taken care of, and the conference costs will be taken care of, but you need to upfront the costs for the travel and the food that is not included in the conference you're going to. And that's the problem, right, Mayor? You're saying that basically we shouldn't be paying that up front.
Correct.
The travel and the food.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's basically coming out of our pockets.
Yeah, basically, but you're going to get reimbursed afterwards.
But you don't get reimbursed the interest, though.
The entrance on the credit card that you use.
The money that was in your pocket floating around somewhere else.
But we expect the employees to follow that. Yeah. You're just saying we're above because we're elected officials and that we should be treated in a different manner.
Yes.
Thank you.
The employees get paid, we don't.
We do get.
Well, very minimal comparison. We want to compare apples to oranges, fine, we'll do that.
Oh, you're saying the $25 a month we get.
Well, the thing is that why should we be spending money and be out of it for a week until we come back and then we don't get reimbursed right away. I have to wait sometimes 2 weeks before I get a check of reimbursement. Almost a whole month goes by. Come on.
And that's what I'm
Be
saying.
real.
Right now, it's almost 3 weeks. Vice Mayor.
In all fairness, to the employees and maybe to some of the council members, sometimes maybe they can't afford to travel. If they're going to a conference that's going to take 3 or 4 days, they need to pay for parking, shuttles, taxis, and the food. And I'm saying that some people might just say, you know what, I don't want to go to the training, even though the city is requiring you to take that training, but they can't afford it. So I think we should revisit this item and tweak it a little bit, like for different distances on conferences. And the other issue is, I don't know when the cost is going to go up on the per diem for the food, because everything is so expensive. Whatever you get for breakfast and lunch and that, it's way lower than what you actually pay. So when we fill out this sheet, no matter what we put there on what we spent on breakfast or lunch or dinner, we're only gonna get what the city allows you to get. We're not gonna get paid any. If the per diem for breakfast is $15 and I spent $20, I'm only getting back $15. So I think for the employees that are earning very low wages, I don't think they would be able to afford that. So I don't know about the council, but we get paid $25 a month, and the mayor gets $50 a month, and then we have to pay for our own per diem ahead of time. And I mean, it's a good point that Mr. Kramer brings up, because I don't know if there's been any flaws or any mismanagement of per diems by some employees or elected officials. But in this case, I would think it should only apply to those people. Why does everybody get penalized for something that one or two persons did? So that's my comment.
Mr. Bonilla.
We're debating right now about the per diem, mileage and the food. Correct me, Mayor and Council, but when we go to these conferences and we go out and eat, other than when the conference doesn't provide a dinner, but we go out and eat, we spend more than $20, $25, $30 individually per every meal. So it doesn't matter if we get it paid in advance, because we still spend. Mr. Kramer, what is it for breakfast? $15, $20 for lunch. Can you tell the public exactly how much it is?
15, 20, and 30.
Yeah.
And that's set by the state.
And so we know up front that if we go eat, it doesn't matter where we go eat and what we spent. We're not going to get reimbursed. We're just going to get those $30 back. So I don't understand. We go in there and we still outspend what the city gives us, or in this case, the state. So I don't see. And what I did like, Mr. Kramer, this time is that since to the case in point with the mayor, is that the city truly prepaid the hotels. And back then, I don't know if you remember when we traveled, the city did pay the hotels, but they would deduct from our debit the security deposit. And I remember one time they deducted $400 and some when we went to Phoenix, and it took like 3 or 4 days for them to deposit it back in our bank. So kudos to that, Mr. Kramer. It is a more efficient way of checking into a hotel. We don't have to. I would say that would be more stressful for any of us here, because some of these security deposits are crazy. They're like $350, $400 sometimes. So I think it's a more efficient way of doing things, Mr. Kramer.
Go ahead, Mr. Doyle.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because, like he says, we don't go to McDonald's. If you go to McDonald's, you're okay. You might even get $1 back in change. But when the meals aren't provided there, we go network with other officials from other communities, even depending the conference, and they're not going to go to McDonald's. And so that's okay, that's fine. But we go and we pay up front. Just why? Because we know that we're networking for the city of Nogales. We're opening doors, possibly bringing in grants, possibly, getting other support that the city's going to, and the citizens are going to benefit from. And we're out there doing our job as far as networking for the city of Nogales. And now we're put in a spot like, almost like you're treating us like criminals, like, oh, you're going to misspend, you're going to miss, fine, you want to run your employees that way, fine. But I think as elected officials, we're responsible, and if we mess up, we're going to be held accountable for it, period. I mean, this is black and white, and the numbers don't lie, the expenses don't lie. So if we get reimbursed, fine, but the thing is that it's money out of our pocket, and like Mr. Bonilla said, they even tie up our debit cards or credit cards until we leave the premises, and they don't do it right away. It takes a few days before they put the money back into your account. So what I'm saying is, why should we be paying interest on all this money that we're putting out there, and then we're treated, to me, like second-class citizens, like, we're on probation or something. We're elected officials. The trust and confidence was placed in us by the people of Nogales. And if management doesn't like that, well, then talk to the citizens. But the thing is, we represent the citizens in the city of Nogales as elected officials, not just employees of the city that, of course, they go and they do a job also when they go. But we have no say-so over how management dictates to them. But we have a say-so how we're dictated to. And I don't think, and I'll challenge your state of Arizona, because I don't think that's a fair state of Arizona state of law. And I don't think it's even being enforced in the books, because it goes against the grain. But I'll challenge anybody in the state for that, if that's the case.
Just for the record, since you said I was treating you like criminals, just so I can say that unless otherwise authorized by council for advance payment part of the activity, all expenses will be reimbursed after the fact. That's not mine, Mr. Doyle. That's what you guys created. I'm just following what you created for yourselves.
Okay, Mr. Kramer, how many pages, and Mr. Kramer, how many pages that were involved in that supposedly book that you guys wrote, not us. You wrote it. How many pages were involved?
Total pages in the code of conduct?
Yes.
17.
Okay, so with the legal mind, did we discuss it? Did we have a discussion openly, or just allow us to read and interpret against your legal mind?
Councilmember Doyle, the code of conduct was presented to the council and discussed in a council meeting in July.
Okay, now I see. Yes, we had a real minimal discussion.
Yes, we went through it, and the council was provided a copy for the entire month of July, and you were asked to go through it and to get back with me if you had any comments, suggestions, changes, recommendations. And then it was presented to council at the August meeting for review and approval. That was the process.
Voted against it.
Okay.
Mr. Doyle, how many times more does the mayor travel than the council?
I'm sorry, but you're the chief. You're, as far as you're the head of the city as a mayor. You're going to go out there and you're going to do more networking, and your voice is going to carry more weight with other elected officials throughout the country. And not only here in the United States, but you have to go into Mexico, and you have to bring better relationships. Because this is a border crossing. We're a border community. This is a gateway into the United States, and it's a gateway into Mexico for us. So we need to keep good relationships with our counterparts in Mexico. So, yes, you're the one. I don't think most of us go to Mexico just on a special invitation that's something across the border. But you go all the way to Mexico City and sometimes beyond. And that brings also a blessing to the state of Arizona, because the governor benefits from that. When she has or he has good mayor elected officials along the border that do part of their work, make it easier for her to have a good relationship with Sonora and Arizona. So yes, there's a lot more to it than this. I have a hard time swallowing this, because it's almost like I'm admitting to some kind of guilt by going along with whatever was written before. Yes, I think it should be changed some and not put us in that kind of light. But that's the way I feel about it.
Thank you. Ms. Montiel?
You're done, Mr. Dow? Yeah, thank you. Mr. Estes, I have one more legal question. What is your recommendation in terms of, the form? And again, we're not saying people can't travel. We're not saying that public officials can't travel. They can travel all they want if it's budgeted. And some travel a lot and some don't. But what is your legal recommendation in this situation? Because Mr. Kramer brought up that most legal officials, elected officials, follow this process. And so what do you see? Your firm works with hundreds of municipalities around the state of Arizona. And what's your legal recommendation?
And you make that recommendation on the salaries that every
That's a council decision. No, it is truly a council decision. This is a decision by council if you want to do travel reimbursements or travel advances. There are pros and cons to both. There are issues. There can be some issues if you do an advance and then the travel's not taken, and then you've made that advance, and then you have to go and get that travel funds reimbursed. And there's a number of different things. Different places do it differently. I'm not going to complain, because I only get reimbursed once a month for my travel, and I do about 3,000 or 4,000 miles a month. But this, again, it's a council decision. Nogales is Nogales. You guys. This wasn't a Joe Estes code of conduct. This was a code of conduct that I was asked to draft and put together, and it was done with input from council members who came to me and provided me with direction on, this is what I want to see in the code of conduct. That's what was put in the code of conduct. It was discussed with the council, and now that's why it's being brought back to council to have this discussion. Again, if council wants to change this, council's more than welcome to change this. This is your code of conduct. This isn't Joe or legal's code of conduct.
Or city managers, because I don't want to be cast in this light that this was my directive. It's not. I followed your pattern. So I'm just stating what the state of Arizona does with procurement offices. It's not Joel Kramer again. Again, you're saying, oh, the city manager's doing. No, the city manager's not doing this. This is what the state of Arizona, I just mentioned all that. And you says, Mr. Doyle, if you want to do the research, we could do the research, but it is what it is. I'm just following what we're told by our auditors. I was told what procurement told us we should be doing. I'm bringing in 40 years from 2 school districts, and I know they're not, sometimes it is good when you're in school, but sometimes it's not, depending on the situation, I guess. But nevertheless, the school districts don't, again, school board members don't get paid. Those guys did a lot of traveling. Did they not travel to Washington, D.C. quite a bit? Yes, they did. They went travel to Toronto, Australia, whatever they did it on their own dime. School board members. I'm not saying that it's whatever you want to do, Mr. Doyle, you counsel, you guys can do it. But again, I'm not the author. I'm only implementing what the state of Arizona recommends, what the per diem protocol is. As Mr. Estes stated, you guys adopted it. If you feel that you don't want to do that direction, I will follow what council wants to do.
And Mayor, may I? And if I recall, if we look at our audit very closely, some of the red flags involve some of these issues that we're talking about right now. And again, it's not because we're not allowing public officials to travel. Going back to the statement Hector brought up about employees not affording it, I talked to you about this, Mr. Kramer, and you mentioned that, you don't send employees out to conferences without, first of all, talking to them and making sure that they can afford to go. And so it's not like we're not, it's a hardship for them. So let's move forward with this. We could either table it or continue the discussion, but I just want to make it very clear that this was brought up by council to do this code of ethics because we have reasons to do that. We should do it. There's code of ethics everywhere in every municipality, and we all know that. And ours had never been done. There was never a code of ethics here at the city of Nogales. So we brought this up, we had discussions, and it's clear to me that some of those discussions weren't, where some issues weren't raised or clarified. And so perhaps we need to just table it so we can move on.
Mr. Doyle.
Again, you keep bringing out the state of Arizona, but theirs is only a recommendation. Too bad our representative left so she could tell us how much she gets paid and how many representatives and senators in the state this regulation covers, aside from all the state employees. But we're not the state. We're the city of Nogales. And we don't, most of us, well, I don't know, at least half of here probably make a lot of money as a council, but not all of us make the same amount. So we count our dollars. We protect them. We protect the interest we lose or we earn. And again, aside from all that, it's almost like a slap in our face, like we're some kind of criminals or something that you're trying to, well, you guys don't have trust in us because apparently this is coming out something that was placed by you, not us. It wasn't placed by me. So
I placed it.
Well, you might have voted. I didn't vote.
Oh, because
of the same reason.
It happened the month that I was not here, present.
Oh, well.
It's not the same.
So this is what causes division amongst us, because that's what it is, a divisive issue. And again, that's a route you guys want to go. We just had some people speak here earlier about trying to promote our community, the county, the city, work together to bring housing, to bring a better future for economic development. And now we're hit with little issues, slaps in our faces. If some of the council wanted to go that route, well, they're the ones that are causing this problem. Whoever voted on it. I didn't vote on it.
Go ahead.
I move to table this issue.
I second.
Good with tabling?
Yes.
We'll come back or?
That doesn't solve very much because if we move now, now that you brought it to my attention, I didn't even know that this was on, that we had to, now we're going to be paying all these monies. If we go, well, the next time that I have to go up, I want to wait until you guys settle the issue and I don't have to pay out of my pocket to go and serve the city of Nogales. Because that's ridiculous that we have to provide from our pocket. Of course, some of you, like I said, have a lot of money and that's fine. You can vote according to your conscience. But again, fine.
Council? To exclude the elected officials. Before tabling, I hadn't made
Yeah,
a
there was a
motion to.
motion on the table. It hadn't been seconded yet.
Okay.
So if we defer to the original motion, we just need a The mayor made a motion.
I made I made a motion to exclude the elected officials on this per diem. And so, elected officials would get their per diem prior to travel.
So just for clarification, the motion would be to remove the reimbursement requirement from the code of conduct.
Well, to remove it from after travel to where it was before travel.
Right, to remove the provision about reimbursement from the code of conduct.
Yes.
Okay, I second that.
I'll do a roll call. All in favor? Well, aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oh, I thought, well, she voted, so I'm after her, but it's okay.
Hold on.
If we could start over and then.
Mayor, aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Yes.
Aye, yes.
Nay.
4-3 passes.
Yes.
Thank you. Next item we go is the discussion and possible action regarding a request from Crossroads Nogales Mission for portable restrooms and trash receptacles for the emission of Holidays Miracle event on December 13, 2025. Motion?
Do you want me to talk about it? Yeah. I put it on the agenda. What do you want me to do?
Do you have a motion for it? Yes?
Yeah.
You'll make a motion?
Yeah, I thought you wanted me to say why I requested it.
Oh, it doesn't say your name, that's why.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Mayor and Council, I put this on the agenda. The president of Crossroads is here. If you have Mission of Crossroads, if you have any questions regarding it, and she also is under that threshold of $1,000 as per policy. And she's here if you guys have any questions. Thank you. So I can have any questions. Okay. So I make okay.
No, I just wanted the public to know they're only asking for portable restrooms, trash bins, and waste receptacles. That's it.
Yes.
That's all.
So do we have a motion?
I move to approve the request from Crossroads Nogales Mission for portable restrooms and trash cans for the Mission of Holiday Miracles event on December 13, 2025.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Next, we move to number 9, liquor license, a consideration possible action, liquor license 2025-21, approval and recommendation of an issuance of a special liquor license application submitted by Constantine Panasopoulos on behalf of Santa Cruz Children's Museum for Festival Paul Bonds on December 13th at 12 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Number 10, orders. A, consideration possible action on order number 2025-12-041, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, to approve acceptance of Tohono O'odham Nation State Shared Revenue Program Fund and pass through to the entities in the City of Nogales selected by Tohono O'odham Nation.
So move, Mayor.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. B, consideration and possible action of order number 2025-12-042, an order of the Council of the City of Nogales, Arizona, authorizing the city manager to execute a one-time non-recurring payment to all full-time employees.
So move, Mayor.
Second.
Any discussion?
Second.
Go ahead, Ms. Montiel.
Mr. Kramer, is this is this the, what do you call it? I know I'm not supposed to use
All the
bonus. Is it okay to say bonus legal? Just want to clarify because it's not.
The holiday
there.
supplement?
Holiday supplement, okay. Is that what
Correct.
it's for?
Yes, it is.
And the amount of?
500.
500.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. C, consideration possible action of order number 2025-12-043, an order of the council, an order of the council of the city of Nogales, Arizona, amending order number 2025-11-035, relating to the North 32 subdivision final plat to remove the secondary entrance requirement. Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Move to go into executive session. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Moving to executive session. from executive sessions. A motion to reconvene.
Yeah, motion to adjourn executive session.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, we go to Mayor and Council report on current events. Mr. Dahl?
No, we're fine. Thank you.
Ms. Melendez?
Well, I just want to remind you, we're having an event December the 20th here at City Hall. Bring your children, grandchildren, and whoever you want. But it's going to be just for kids from 1st to 5th grade. So that's it. We don't want...
No kindergartners?
Well, of course, kindergartens are welcome, more than welcome. And they send you a copy for the posada from the Centro Comunitario, and they want you to be there.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
That's all.
Yeah,
You said first to fifth or?
First to fifth. No,
Fifth and under. 5th grade and under, elementary, basically.
yeah, I just have a quick announcement, just to remind everybody out there that's still listening to the meeting and will in the future, just to remind you that Saturday is the Christmas parade, our annual Christmas parade, and it starts at 6 o'clock. And we, so far, Mayor, have more entries than last year. So we have more than 55 entries. And last year we had 52.
Is there a special order for the city council members that are coming in a car in the?
Supposed to give you an application.
No, I put in an application.
You put an application in for what?
For a vehicle.
For a vehicle, for your own?
Yeah,
Yeah, if you turned in an application,
signs that says Councilman Dole.
okay, they're outside.
They're outside.
Yeah, Mr. Kramer took care of that, see? So, yeah,
Because normally councilmen always go and get together and they go kind of like group.
yeah. So when I asked you, remember on the phone, you probably forgot, but I just want to remind you that I called you personally to see if you wanted to be part of holding the banner with Ana Parada, and you said you didn't want to. So,
I got my toenails pulled.
okay, so yes, okay, just so I can finish this. So yeah, the parade's at 6, and then the Christmas tree will be turned on, and the mayor will greet the community. We've got almost close to 60 entries, and we are on Wednesday today, obviously, and we still have more entries coming in. And it's going, we've got our judges going, we've got everything ready to go, Parks and Rec, and everybody here as a team has gotten everything in order and ready to go. So I hope to see the community, like always, at the Christmas parade. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Parra,
Nothing to report.
Vice Mayor?
I'm just getting ready for the parade.
Yes, so let's all get ready for the parade and, then we have posadas, we have other events. Ms. Melendez and the Cultura Artes on the 20th here at Cordoba's Park from 2:30 to 4:30. There'll be a lot of candy giveaways and prizes and stuff like that, and the little train.
You sponsor the
Santa Claus. Santa Claus will be here. And also, after the parade, Santa Claus will be at Karen Park on a daily basis, treating kids and taking pictures with kids and family. I'll have David send the calendar, but it's normally, I think it's something like 1:30 to 4:30 on a daily basis, with the exception of some other events that he's got to come, like when he comes to the park. I know he's going to the senior center. He's going to go to Western on the 17th. He's going to the Santa Cruz training center another day. So I think it's 4 days that he'll miss some hours. But besides that, every day he'll be at the park. Papa Robles. All right, our local Santa. All right, so with that said, any future items? Okay, move to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. Aye? Good. Meeting adjourned.